Okay, Balamurugan?
Yes, Sendil sir.
Okay, ji, thank you. Okay, the lights just only started.
Okay.
Okay. Right, thank you.
Hope one. Hope it's visible, right?
Yes, please. Okay, now it is visible.
Yes, good evening everyone. So the green engineers and those people who are fond of this climatic action, so they have joined, and we have a wonderful session for the next 1.5 hours. This is going to be a live session which is going to portray on what is engineering activities and how things are developed around us, and the functionality of engineering, how it has decorated the world. So that is the positive aspect of each and every engineering activities that has done. And we are also about to discuss about the climatic action. So the UN SDG goals, IGEN is proud to work with UN SDG goals, all the 17 goals, but we are more fond of working for energy conservation as well as climatic action. So that is namely UN SDG goal 7 and UN SDG goal 13. So UN SDG goal 7 is all about affordable and clean energy. So it is all about replacing the black fuel, so which is contributor of carbon dioxide. So that is the ultimatum what people are talking about, but we don't want to portray that such area, but we want to have a positive aspect of how these engineering activities can contribute for a sustainable growth. So that is the ultimatum that we are about to present here. So before starting up, like a lot of information have been portrayed for the past 2 days. So on engineering activities, electric vehicle and the sustainability of that electric vehicles and storage system. But now this conclave is going to highlight an area of petrochemical industries, how they have contributed for the engineering transportation, and how it is going to slowly, that is change management. It is something like it cannot be entirely stopped or it cannot be replaced, but how the transformation is taking up, and the field of expertise is being taken care by all such eminent people who are joined here. So I'm proud to welcome all the people who are present here. So who have joined our conference. So namely Sri M. Gupta, ex-GM of IOCL and ex-director of OISD, and Sri M. Selvaratnam, CEO of Marwar India. And we are also welcoming our women entrepreneur, engineer Subhatra Rajendran, and engineer Y. Swarnalata, and young chaps who are about to work for the climatic action is engineer Prabhu Kiran, an auditor TUV Indian Private Limited, and the other person who is about to join on behalf of Geo Dominus and D. Gokul, who is working with ISRO, but he is the founder chairman of Engineers Without Borders, who is about to talk about the climatic action. So I welcome engineer Selvaratnam sir, so who is about to present his ideas on electric vehicle. So to start with the program, so I have the pride of introducing M. Selvaratnam sir, so who has done his mechanical engineering at Alagappa Chettiar College of Technology and done his MBA in marketing and attended a production management in AOTS, Japan. So has a wonderful experience of 35 years in industrial and exposure in maintenance and operation projects, TPM sales and marketing functions. Occupied management positions for more than 25 years in India and MNCs abroad. So more than 10 years of experience as a CEO in automotive sector. So field worked with, so he has also versatile experience in sugar, rubber industry, auto components, manufacturing and retail. So currently positioned as a CEO of Marwar India, dealing passenger cars, spares and used pre-owned cars. So he can be visited with www.carsforall.in and www.marwar.india. So he has also propagated TPM culture by the way of lectures in many manufacturing industries and educational institutions. We are proud to invite Sri M. Selvaratnam sir to inaugurate this conclave. So welcome you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Balamurugan. That was a wonderful introduction. I'm very humbled to hear whatever he told. And once again, thank you for all organizers for giving me a big opportunity to talk about the EV space in India. The objective of my talk would be making people showing interest on EV vehicles, which is an emerging field nowadays. There is a fear, there is a doubt, there is an uncertainty over electric vehicles being purchased or being used everywhere. It's not only in India, it's not only in India, or not only in Tamil Nadu or Chennai. In many major developed countries also there is a fear about EV vehicles, but they are good. So I'm going to take you through the global scenario as well as the Indian scenario, so that you have a fair knowledge on what's happening around, and you can take a call on going ahead with the EV vehicle. That's what I'm trying to achieve today, and I hope I'll do my best. Coming to the global scenario, there is something called a campaign EV 30 at 30. It was launched by say a group of 14 countries in 2017. The purpose of this campaign is to have 30% of the vehicles running on the world with electric power, that is battery cell or whatever we call. These are alternate energy, renewable energy sources. That is the campaign started in 2017, and many countries started adhering to that. EV 30 at 30, that is the campaign name. Many major players are now part of this. Norway is leading. Norway is the country with 40 to 50% already running on electric vehicles on their road. Last year itself, they have sold more than 50% of the vehicles made using EV technology. So that is the progress European countries are making. And for your surprise, already 10 million cars are on roads, electric cars are on roads in, in the world. Sorry, excuse me. Already 10 million, that means 1 crore electric cars alone. I'm talking not about the two-wheeler or three-wheelers. Alone running with the electric models, driving the expansions globally. And for the surprise again, all the OEMs are now jumped into this electric vehicle bandwagon, and they are doing an excellent job. Now SUVs are also running on electric power. China leads the pack. As we all know, China is the country of many people with a big population. They are leading already the electric vehicle revolution, I would say. But recently, European countries have overtaken them. And in terms of volume, now European countries are the leaders in electric vehicles. You may be hearing a lot of Tesla from US. Tesla is more in US, and their numbers are in selling, they are the number one globally. But if you take as a country, US has to do a lot, because the vehicle population is very, very, very high in US. Comparing to any other country, their vehicle population is very high. So if you go in percentage, still they have to do a lot. So there is a big opportunity in US itself. Who drives the EV technology? It's a long way to go. So China being overtaken by Europe, and many countries have committed to become a net zero emission, or whatever we call electric vehicles. They are giving a lot of subsidy to buy electric vehicles, and they are creating a lot of infrastructures for electric vehicle. And the important thing of charging station availability also now going on a very high speed. Germany is leading, and a lot of other countries are doing a big job. There are a lot of innovation, a lot of experimentation, a lot of research already going on EV. EV is going to change the way we live. Yes, it is. There could be a possibility of all the petrol bunks vanishing, going away, because EV can charge in a home, or you charge in a parking station, or you charge anywhere. So that power is available for charging anytime, anywhere. It's not like going to a particular place for fueling. which is what right now happening. But there is a huge possibility of disruption in fuels, whatever we use now, whether it be petrol or diesel. So EV is gaining momentum day by day, whether we accept it or not. Consumer spending on EV is also going, though the government spending has gone down because of pandemic. There is a 15% increase in people spending on electric vehicles when you compare it 2015 to right now. 15% has gone up. It's a huge money. There was a record sales in 2020 with Europe overtaking China. 43% increase in electric vehicle sales comparing to 2019. The pandemic has played a very good role for personal mobility. People want to have a car of their own. So instead of going to the punk and get contaminated, they are looking for chargeable cars, which is electrical vehicle night available, which can be, as I said earlier, charged in your home. There are a lot of OEMs now getting involved, and the numbers, if I talk, they are really astonishing. BMW has committed to have 25 EV models by the year 2023. It's only a matter of 2 more years, and they are trying to sell 10 million cars by 2023. Honda, 2030, they are trying to achieve 40% sales in EV vehicles. Out of 100%, 40% is a big number. Ford is declared that by 2026, whatever vehicles they are selling is going to be electric. That is 100%. That's a big commitment. I don't think it would be happening because America population of vehicles is very heavy, and competition is also very heavy. Tesla is leading, Rivian and many more companies are coming in this fast-paced revolution, I would say. A lot of startups getting work, and a lot of funding is happening, and it's a very, very dynamic industry. And locally, our Maruti Suzuki has committed to sell 1.5 million cars by 2030. Toyota, they are the global leaders in terms of volume, number one seller globally. But if you see the market capitalization of Tesla has overtaken all these companies. It's only 5 to 10 years old. Tesla has taken the market capitalization lead, and they are the leaders now. Toyota is a 100 years old company. They are lagging behind. So now they are also putting in a lot of money, a lot of time, a lot of energy to develop electric vehicles. They have said another 5 years' time, they will be coming with 15 more new models in EV vehicles. Volvo, 100% by 2030. That is the kind of momentum happening in electric vehicles. And regarding subsidy, China started giving $1,500 per vehicle. If there is a vehicle of $20,000-$30,000, China government gives $1,500. But Germany is the leader, which gives $10,000, close to 7.5 lakh rupees subsidy for an electric vehicle. This is a globally, I think I have touched upon the many things, starting from the number of cars made, what is electric vehicle manufacturers are doing, and what consumers are doing. So it appears to be a very, very, very bright industry in coming years. But there are some barriers also which we have to highlight here. Lack of charging stations, lack of appropriate EV type. There are several standards available. China has its own standard, Europe has, and India has Bharat standards, and so many are there that has to be standardized globally. And coming to the cost, they are very expensive. India recently seen a drop in cost of the vehicle, which I will talk later, and many uncertainty over the power availability. That is also causing a barrier, becoming a barrier for EV adoption. So these are all the scenarios of the global. And coming back to Indian scenario, we are late to this revolution, but we are forced to do it right now. Since everybody is talking about shutting down coal station electricity generation, we are committed to, as a country, we are forced to get into electric vehicle adoption. And before that, we have to understand certain technical points, which I'm not going to elaborate, but there are some technology which is driving electrical vehicle adoption, which are battery technology, which is three types: lead acid battery. Second one is lithium ion battery. This is widely used, lithium ion battery. And the last one is the fuel cell. It is based on hydrogen. But India, if not adopting all the vehicles, doing a lot of research on EVs, which is going to give us upper hand in coming years, I would say. A lot of IITs are involved, startups are involved, many smaller companies are involved in researching and doing developmental work for EV stations. Researches are happening in sodium sulfur battery technology. It is away from whatever I told earlier, like lead acid or lithium ion or fuel cell. And lithium ion battery technology is gaining momentum. This is done mainly in IITs and other institutions. Solar power EV is also on trials in India. And regeneration braking systems also many companies are doing. And bi-directional charging systems also on research. So much is happening in India in terms of development, which will help us to be an upper hand in coming days. And coming to the commercial side, which will be interesting to everybody listening to me, there are almost seven models now right away available for purchase in India. The leader in this again, Tata, who has been failing in IC engines recently, has gained a top position in EV adoption in India. Their models are Tata Nexon, which has a battery backup of 30.2 kilowatt, has the range of 312 kilometers with a price tag of 14 lakhs. And they have also recently launched model in Tigo, that is the starting price of 9 lakhs, that is with all subsidies. It has a range of 213 kilometers, 213 kilometers. This is the less expensive available in the whole of world, I would say. China, they have, but they are not very popular. Tesla is popular in China. Again, it is expensive. $30,000 means around close to 21 lakh rupees. Tesla is around 21 lakhs. When it gets imported to India, it will cost more. So that's not a very good option for Indians to buy EVs. Okay, this is what major. And Hyundai also had a model called Kona. It travels around 452 range, but because of the expensive pricing, 24 lakhs, it is not popular. And another one is MG, Morris Garage. That is now a Chinese company. They are also selling in India around 20 lakhs bracket. Their range is around 300 kilometers. And Benz has introduced a very expensive, but the top class EV car in India, that is EQC. Its price is close to 1 crore rupees. The range is 445 kilometers. Mahindra has a failure model, E-Verito. It's around 9 lakhs. It's not popular. And now they have come up with another model called E20. That's around 7 lakhs. They're ready to gain momentum. So much is happening. But what is that Indian government doing for this? They have two schemes in government kitty. One is FAME 1. It is already over. FAME 2. FAME 2 means faster adoption of manufacture of EVs. That is what the government scheme. The government has pumped in 10,000 rupees, 10,000 crore rupees for this project. And if you buy a two-wheeler, you will get a subsidy of 20,000 rupees. If you buy a e-rickshaw, you will get 50,000 rupees as a subsidy. If you're buying a car, around 1.5 lakh. If you're buying an e-bus, you will get 50 lakhs. The bus price is 2 crores. So India is also limping slowly into EV technology. The only fear is, shall I have a charging station if I travel down south or to a remote place? Okay, that is being taken care because all this can be charged using your home electricity supply. And many people are not aware of it. And moreover, you don't need a license to install a charging station. That is also made easy in India. You can just like install a EV service station, either you can use it for own purpose or a commercial purpose. So things are made easy, which are not aware to many people or the public, I would say. So several things are happening. And the good thing happening is every state is coming with their own EV policy. Right from Delhi to Tamil Nadu, Delhi is leading the pack because pollution is very high in Delhi. So they are forced to adopt EV, and the low-hanging fruit in EV is three-wheelers. Can easily convert a ordinary IC engine into EV. That's what most of the Western countries are working on, to give a retrofitting, that is EV conversion kit for Indian auto. We are also working with some companies to do that. My sense is saying that the old OEMs might disappear and new companies will come. There is an opportunity for an entrepreneur or a new startup. Bajaj, TVS, all Honda, they are all lagging in EV adoption, in even two-wheeler industry, which is selling huge numbers in India. They all lagging behind, and companies like Ather, Ola are doing extremely well in two-wheeler space, and three-wheeler space. Also, some American companies have started selling retrofit battery chargers for three-wheelers. So it is going to be a big boom for auto rickshaws also in India, which is a very low-hanging fruit, I would say. Numbers are very high, since India depends on autos for last mile connectivity more than public transport or anything. That is going to be a boom. That is happening parallelly, but everybody, we think about only cost. Car EV means only cost. That is also happening. So opportunities are many for new entrepreneurs or budding entrepreneurs to get into EV. Buying EV is not a headache. That's what I would like to say and end my speech here. Buying an electric vehicle is not a headache. It is only a money saving if you understand it fully. Only the capital investment is high, initial investment, I mean, and recurring expenses are 1/10 of the petrol expenses what we are incurring now. Yes, if you are spending 10 rupees for electric vehicle, you have to spend only 1 rupee to drive the same kilometers. So with that, I'm saying electrical vehicle is not a headache to anybody. It is the best option available in the new way of mobility. Thank you. Thank you for the time and opportunity. Thank you.
Yes, sir. So it was a wonderful session that you have covered each and every point of electric vehicle. So, like starting from what are all the technological advancement that is going around the world, and what are all the statistics that is available in India, and what is the pricing itself. So, like the players who are playing in India, like Tata and other people, make in India system is also available, and down to earth when the huge amount invested on petrochemical industries are going to enhance the lifestyle of people, means there is also a point that 1 rupee, by investing 1 rupee you can travel for 1 kilometer, means it's a good opportunity for all the people to move towards electric vehicles. So the positive aspects of all such things has been portrayed by you. It was a wonderful session, and to compete with you, so it is mandatory that we need to have a equivalent person who is very competent enough to talk about no, it's not about the electric vehicle. So it is already there. We need to concentrate more about the technological advancement which is going with petrochemical vehicles, that is petrol or diesel vehicles. That is very much important, and we need to talk about it, because the people who are working in that industry have such information, and we need to have a clear-cut view of such areas, means we need to think about it, and there are more positives as well as pros and cons of that particular scenario is there. So that means to say that a woman can portray such area or compete with you, means so we are about to listen from Srimati Subhatra Rajendran, so who has very vast experience in oil and gas industry, and she is the co-founder and president of Varun Aditya Foundations. She has many such laurels to add up. Subhatra Rajendran spends her days fulfilling her motto of turning struggle into strength. So that was a word which was very inspiring, and she has done her graduation Bachelor of Engineering, and she was rated third in that area, and university first rank in Diploma of Polymer Technology, Best Extracurricular Student Award for participating in various activities. So she is a hard-working lady. So like she has done a lot of things, and to read about many such things, the slide is going again and again. She has a strong sense of empowering women at different stages and passion to make the world a better place. Born in Madurai, so one of the city which has all the temples and other things. So she was born from Madurai, one of the big towns in Tamil Nadu. India, still not a metropolitan city. Growing up in a middle class family, neither of my parents or graduated high school. So she has given her background also. So I never even met a woman who would graduated engineering degree in my family, and my ambition extended little further than the back paddocks. So it was an inspiring thing that she is from a middle class family and doesn't have a background of engineering activities in their family, but she has done one of the best in the class, that she has done the polymer technology, specialized in rubber, and was appointed as a scientist in the ISRO. So she has the gut to resign her job, and she has moved on to oil and gas industry. So, and she has a very good experience of 17 years in oil and gas industry. So she is very happy to be a woman force in this male-oriented industry and break the rules of gaining versatile experience in all the aspects of onshore and offshore petrochemical plants, including engineering, design, procurement, commissioning, and operation. Being a woman, despite of all social and cultural and general challenges. So she has also traveled to many parts of the countries like Indonesia, Thailand, and other things. But to her credit, so she has been awarded with a lot of awards from national as well as international. So namely Best Woman Engineer Award by Institution of Engineers India, Tamil Nadu chapter, and Best International Women Engineer Award by Assist World of Record National Education Foundation, and Best Women Leadership Award for Process Design Engineering Execution by Indian Convention Delhi, and a lot of awards to add up. So we can have a lot of things heard from her views. So we are about to listen from Subhatra ma'am. So the dais is yours. Welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you, Balamurugan. Thanks for the introduction. I think it was a detailed introduction about me. Thank you so much for this. And good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to address this session about the field which I started working in now. And energy, you know, it's how to say, it's a requirement and passion for me and for everyone. Without energy, we cannot live and we cannot survive. So being a woman in this male-dominated oil and gas industry, you know, like we are studying chemical engineering, which is also like male stereotyped engineering field. So there was a challenge actually, how the women can get into an energy industry and how to go about like continuing her career in a bigger way. So thanks to my family, God, and friends and relatives and mentors, supporters, I could reach this level. Before that, actually, I want to pose this question. Have you ever think about now, you know, we are facing a lot of natural calamities, pandemics, and so many disasters which is happening, which has not happened over the, I could say, not like this. Maybe we have experienced so many challenges in life, but we never, before 2020, we never even think about staying in one place, sitting at home for 24 hours. Those things, you know, it has never happened in all these 20th to 20 centuries. But we are the generation, we have seen all the natural calamity, disaster in the same year, which brings in awareness about climate change, protecting the environment, energy conservation, environmental protection, everything. So all these years I was into oil and gas industry, which is a non-renewable. And there was a question during pandemics, which I was hearing, what will be the energy look like in 2050? You know, already we spoiled the environment like anything. And now and then we are hearing that the oil prices are like, it's not certain, it keeps going down and jumping up. And by 2050, the research estimate that the coal will down to 16% of the global power generation. And fossil fuel will deplete to like 38%. So the overall coal, oil, and gas will continue to be like 74% of the primary energy demand, which will go down because as seen, it's a non-renewable resource. So of course there is a certain a time limit for that to happen, and the oil and era has started like almost now it's going to be 50 years. So slowly we are running out of the resources. So being into I was the chemical like oil and gas engineer before. Now I was being an environmentalist and social worker. I feel that we have to do something for the society, and everybody is now working towards the sustainable development goals and for clean energy, zero emission, working on climatic change. So now during this time I made a startup. We are working basically into the battery packs for electrical vehicles. Being a as a chemical engineer, I want to do my part into the sustainable environment, wherein the electrical vehicle where I can contribute. So the best thing is to play in electrochemistry. So I took up battery, and the battery is 80% cost of any electrical vehicle, and this is in the it's a niche technology, and it is in the primary stage of development. So there are a lot of things to be improved upon. So I was thinking, why not I take up, and why don't we do that? Before I want to, even though I worked in oil and gas industry, during my working experience, I felt so many things which are basically there are so many advantages. The oil and gas, the turned up the entire transportation. It happened, there was a revolution happened in transportation industry. We can't even think of in 19th century or 18th century you can travel from one country to one other country in hours duration, right? If we talk about if we talk with our parents or grandparents, they used to say for going to one place they need a prior planning, and there was no much transport available. Everything you need to plan like with 1 month or 2 weeks ahead of time. Now with this oil and gas, it makes your life very easy. The transportation become very viable and approachable to common man also. But there are some many disadvantages, I could say. We are polluting the environment to the core, especially the oil, sand, soil pollution, air pollution, whatever the emissions coming from oil and gas plant is very harmful to the environment. And there are ocean pollution also. We are spoiling the marine with the discharge from oil and gas industry, which is sent into the ocean directly. It's big a threat to the marine life, and the greenhouse emission or the ozone layer depletion. Those things are happening because of the CO2 greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, which is coming out of the oil and gas industry. Of course, oil and gas, it's a finite resource and it is slowly depleting. And especially the country like India, where we don't have the resource, starting from 2021 January to the date till now, the oil prices have like hiked more than 20 to 25%. And India is the second largest importer of oil. So we are in a position to switch to another kind of energy. It's good that we are switching to electrical vehicles, but there too there are some disadvantages. As I told you, the battery also we are depending mainly on China. All the raw materials are coming from China or South America. India don't have any resource, and we have not explored whether we have the resource or not also, because being in a developing country, we don't spend much on the research or mine industry. So that's another bottleneck for the electrical vehicles. So another threat for me, I could see booming of the electrical industry. Everybody is talking about transformation to electrical industry, correct? But what will we do with the existing petrol vehicles or the existing petrol two-wheelers, whatever we have? We are another way creating a waste pollution, right? So more solid waste will be dumping into the land, and we don't know what to treat with it. So the first project from my company, what I have taken is, rather than going for a new vehicle, why not we use the existing ones? If there is a possibility for a hybrid conversion, especially like we talk about four-wheeler, we talk about two-wheeler, but if you see on the like a national scale, like in India, The another major sector is the three-wheeler segment. So I want to show you a few things what the company has done. I think my screen is visible, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So this is the first project our company has taken. So we are targeting two things at the time. One, reducing the waste. Okay, rather than going for a new vehicle where we have to use the existing one, what it is currently available. At the meantime, there should not be any emission and it should be cost effective. Especially in Tamil Nadu and the metropolitan city, we are relying on share autos or autos for the use. No, so we have to. That's what the company we have targeted the common men. So we have done the conversion of a three-wheeler and it came very well. The thing is, many people are doing it. The where we stay different is that we are doing it on a budgeted scale. You know, the target is around 50 to 60,000 for converting the existing vehicle, which is giving a maximum mileage as well as it should carry the entire load, right? If you see the new electrical vehicle, it's not rigid, it's not heavy duty. So that those are the drawbacks also there. So the company was working on it. That was the first project and we did, and the battery was fully developed by our company. We did the lithium battery packs. Even then, there are so many disadvantages in the lithium battery. One, again, rather than switching from non-renewable to renewable, there comes a bigger threat. How will you dispose these batteries? You know, all have toxic and hazardous element in it. How we are gonna dispose it? How you will recycle it? How you will how to use the waste batteries to eliminate, to extract the lead, cobalt or nickel out of it and reuse it. That is what we are working at the moment. And the another project what the company does is we are working upon, like as Selvaratnam sir said, the company is working on sodium sulfate batteries, and we are also working on liquid metal oxide. Both are in the very preliminary phase. So when those things comes in, you know, the battery cost will drastically come down to like 20 to 30% of the cost what we are investing now. So which will make the batteries more effective, cost effective, affordable, and easy to use and easy to dispose. That is what the company we are targeting now. And I think with this, we are also working on so many environmental studies on non-renewable energy, especially. So we cannot purely eliminate this oil and gas because you can replace it on the transportation scale. You can replace petrol or diesel, but the oil and gas we are using in the petrochemical industry, which is used for all your like cosmetics, whatever the lubrication, whatever the things you even need for the electrical vehicles also, oil and gas is much required. So with this, I conclude my session. We cannot purely eliminate oil and gas. The transformation is, yes, agreeable, but again, we should also concentrate on our environmental and social costs as well. Thank you so much. We should not pollute the environment more. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So I thought of a brave lady means it's something like you would compete with all such male people and have entered the oil and gas industry. But you have proved it that you can also drive a vehicle. So it is your own vehicle. So driving a vehicle and auto, it's many people think about the seriousness of it, but still you have shown that you are a real brave lady. That entrepreneurship has transformed yourself, that you can do something for the society in real time. So that is really appreciable, and you have given a clear picture of how an entrepreneur could think about a solution ended. That is, it's not alone about a chemical engineer working on with a battery solutions, but you have come up with the environmental friendly solution. So that is very much important for an engineer to talk about. So So hats off to you, ma'am. So like you have come up with a solution, and we wish all the best for your vehicle to drive all around Chennai as well as abroad with the sustainable energy. So that is very much important for the country as well as growth of the entire world. So that is very much important. So thank you so much for your insight in the first round. So going forward, we just want to listen from more from industrial person who has a very vast knowledge on such areas. So we welcome Sri M. Gupta, so who is ex-GM of IOCL and ex-director of OISD, so process and environment industry. So he has a very rich experience in this industry, oil and gas industry. Sri Gupta, sir, is a BTech in chemical engineering from Calcutta University. He has more than 3 decades of experience of refining operation in Indian Oil Corporation Limited, a Fortune 500 company in the refining and manufacturing sector of oil industry. So he joined Indian Oil Corporation Limited at Haldia Refinery and worked in various capacities in Indian oil refineries of Haldia, Baruni, and refinery headquarters. Sri Gupta has the experience in process unit operation, energy audit, process designing of crude distillation unit, project conceptualization and implementation. Sri Gupta sir was working at Indian Oil Refineries headquarters and looking after the expansion of various refineries and expansion project. In oil industry, safety is very much important. So we could see that he was also served as a safety directorate. He was steering the safety of refinery sector of India. So he was also involved in inspection oil spill response capabilities of the offshore installation and single point mooring, so SPM. At present, he is working as a freelancer and provided services to different organizations like QE, Bureau of Heritage, PCRA, YSTD, Technip, FMC, Petrofac, Wire Consultants, etc., and carrying out energy audit, safety audit, pre-commissioning audit, OASD compliance audit, HACCP study, etc. So we are about to have a very good personality to talk about the auditing procedure as well. That means to say that if there is a solution, so it need to have some standards. The standards are to be discussed, and we have a very eminent person to talk about it. So the dais is yours, sir. So we welcome Sri M. Gupta ji to the dais. Welcome you, sir. I think sir is not there. So Prabhu, can you help me with that?
Sir, Gupta sir, you're on mute.
Okay, fine.
Now it's audible to you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Very great, sir. Yes, sir.
Now you can visual to see me.
Actually, we could see you. So if you can adjust your camera, then fine, sir.
Right.
Okay. Yes, sir. So even you can come to the center, sir, the center part of the camera, so that yes, sir.
Okay.
You are very bright and your smile is very great, sir. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Welcome to all the delegates of IGEN in this August gathering. I have worked in Indian oil refineries and also in the operation. Mainly, I have worked in refineries and operations, and also worked in environment department. So I have a slight knack on the environment issues also. So it is the fact that in the developing countries or the developed countries, the ecological balance is a issue. Hello.
Yes, sir. We are able to hear you, sir.
Okay. We are disturbing the ecological balance as a result of global warming is taking place. The tsunami, torrential rain, hudud, etc. is taking place, and also you see that your rain is taking place in Chennai also. So our lives are in danger. It is a time to think and devote ourselves to reduce the carbon footprint and try to dedicate to reduce the ecological balance. In this context, I remember, you have heard the name, the Michael T. Nostradamus. He has written a book predicted the book in 1550. where he has written that he has predicted, everything is happening. This World Trade Center will be attacked. It has also happened. He has predicted that in 1550 that there will be no rain in the world, and people will cry for the rain, and then there will be rain, and it will never stop, and everything will go astray. So I think things are happening like this only. It is going towards that trend. So we have to work together to find out the solution how to reduce this. And industry is working. My first speaker also told that the vehicles, EV vehicles is coming up. The refineries and industries are also taking steps, reducing the carbon footprint by utilizing the natural gas in the furnaces. So we have to take the steps to reduce the pollution. I mean, to reduce the carbon emission in the atmosphere. In fact, this EV is one of the steps has taken by many of the countries, and India is also taking the steps, which is contributing almost 25% of the fuel, liquid fuel consumed by the industries. This as per the your IEA report. And in fact, it is also stated that it is contributing this transportation fuel is also contributing almost 90% of the emission of the total CO2 emissions. So it's a great concern for us, and probably the EV technology is going to help definitely to us. But we have to see what is the impact of EV in the refining sectors. If you see the people are thinking that EV will retain away the refinery operation, there will be stopped. Some of the refinery will be stopped down. I think it is a fear only, because if you see the EV, this EV technology, it has to come. It will take time. It will not be done in tomorrow. It will take time. It may happen that maybe after 2050 it will take some more turn. But the fact is that people should not think that it will be just like a digital photography has taken that film industries totally out. It will not be happen like this. There will be always coexistence of EV and your fossil fuel in the society. If you see the transport fuel, mainly the gasoline and diesel is creating more problem to the society. And if you see that if you can convert it, this EV is converting only the gasoline and diesel portion. But what will happen to the other products that has to continue in the industries, like lubricating oil? I think Subhadra was telling this. Even if you run the EV, you need the lubricating oil that has to come from the refinery, because the refinery can produce the lubricating oil. So the lubricating, the refining industry has to continue. Even EV is coming, and in fact, this EV and your refinery will go together. It cannot be happen that only EV will be there. There will be nothing will be there in the refining sector. It cannot happen. Moreover, if you see the fact is that if you see the refining total product slate or the margin, the petrol and diesel is definitely one part, but there are other products like petrochemicals products, then lubricating oil. These also these aviation turbine fuel, then your marine fuel. These all are produced from the refining sectors. So that has to continue, or it may take time to change some of the cases. Suppose, in fact, I have heard that these aviation sector also trying to go for a battery operation, but it will take a lot of time. But even then also, there is some limitation of the EV system, because EV battery system, because you cannot increase the speed. There is some limitation. It will take time to technological development. So what I feel, it will continue to this EV and your refinery will continue coexist together. In fact, you know, what will happen? What will happen? People are thinking that if the EV has taken this so much of, I mean, public in the growth, so there will be the refinery has to go for shutdown. I don't think so, because you see, if you see there is always a increase in population, population also. So there is always demand also. So there will be always demand of fossil fuel, also the demand of EV. If you see today's in the world, we are having around 8 billion population, and probably in 2050 it will be going to 10 billion people. So you can think there will be also increase in demand of petroleum products as well as the your EV. So EV cannot just replace the total demand of the society. If you see there is a statistics, I think if you see just 1 minute, there is a statistics that by 2025 the EV I think this EV will be around will utilize the gasoline and your diesels, that will reduce the your crude processing capacity by 2.5 million barrels per day, which is in fact in our case in as on date around 100 barrels per 100 million barrels per day is, crude is processed, whereas the impact of this EV is likely to be only 2.5 million barrels per day. So if you consider the reduction your in consumption and the increase in due to population and these the petrochemical products, there is a manifold. So there will be always increase of capacity. In fact, our petroleum ministry has once in their session, they have told that there will be 80% increase in capacity in near futures, maybe 2 decades. In fact, you know, the West Coast Refinery is going to launch a 60 million refinery in West Coast. So there is always a demand, and I think the requirement of fossil fuel and the non-conventional fuel like biofuel and the EV will be always there, and this will continue to increase. Only thing is that there will be some change of product slate in refinery operation. Suppose that if the gasoline is going to eat by the EV, so the gasoline is basically a part of naphtha product. So naphtha has to be reutilized. In fact, if you see the refinery configuration and then today's petrochemical consumption, our petroleum consumption is around 9.5 kg per person per year. So whereas in Western country or USA, it is around 40 kg per person. So there is a huge gap. And in fact, this because of this huge gap, there is always huge demand. In fact, we are importing many petrochemicals. So there will be only the shift of the naphtha to petrochemicals. There will be shift of diesel to some chemicals. So basically, we have to go for oil to chemicals. So that means that there will be some sudden change in the product slate. But you cannot say that there will be impact in the refinery. Refinery will shut down. No, I don't think so. Refinery will never shut down. Yes, there will be a change in the product slate. There will be change in the economics and change in the, I mean, the company margin. So it is not that the EV will stop the refinery operation. Second part is, even the EV is coming up. If you can see that, if you are visible to me, you can see that. Hello, you can audible to me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible, sir. Please go ahead, sir.
So what is happening? Even if the EV needs electricity, so what from the electricity will come? It has to come from power plant. So power plant has to run with fossil fuel only. as on date, until unless we are going for a much in the solar system or hydropower or any other windmill system. So there is a balance. So you cannot see that even the EV will solve the problem. In fact, if you consider the major part, okay, the concentration in the city, metropolitan city is more because of the vehicle population in the road. But if you see the totality, the CO2 emission is also from your power plant, is also from the plant where electricity is getting generated. So my question is, even EV also not going to solve the problem of greenhouse emission. It has to. So there is you need a balance, and I think this balance.
Yes, sir. Please go ahead. Yes, sir.
There is a need of balance. In fact, if you see the consumption of your petrochemicals, I already told that there is a lot of gap, and so refinery has to go to the petrochemical productions instead of producing more in the naphtha or more in the diesels. And in fact, in India, one of their Indian refinery is already going to work, is going to have a plan. In fact, they have a pilot plant. They are converting crude to oil. Directly crude is going to produce the petrochemicals. This is in the card, and it is in the it is in the implementation stage. So my question is, even the EV is coming up in near future, I don't think there will be any threat to the industries. So we can say that refinery capacity additions will come in the form of oil to chemicals, and limiting productions of light fuel oil. Refineries to find alternative products to cover the capacity and refinery margin. Thank you for this. I can conclude this session here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So it was a wonderful insight that there is always a panic that when an industry is going to replace with other industry, so it is going to create an crisis of that particular area. But you have clearly painted a clear picture on it, like saying that it is not going to extinct, but it is going to modify itself, and it is going to transform itself to a different industry where the oil and gas industry is going to be the alternative for any such things, and the EV is not going to replace. The people who are into EV industry, they can say that it is a brighter side of that EV electric vehicle. The transportation is going to improve, the climatic action is going to change, but still the petrochemical industries are the boon, and they are the basement, and they would give alternative, and the job is always there. So it was a wonderful opportunity listening to your words, sir. So thank you so much for the wonderful words from you, sir. So going forward, we have again we are going to have another personality, so who is very competitive enough, and she has a very we can call her as an iron lady. So come from a background where she is very competent enough in scouts and other areas. So we are proud to have Srimati Swarnalatha, who is from oil and gas industry. So she is an expertise from oil and gas industry. So I am proud to read out her profile. So one moment. So I'm glad to introduce Mrs. Y. Swarnalatha. So she is a process engineer with a 13+ experience in detailed basic engineering and automation. She is a native of Andhra Pradesh, did her schooling in KV OCF Avadi, and won state award in Tritiya Sofan in Scouts and Guides. So completed her undergraduate degree, BTech Chemical Engineering from Dr. MGR Engineering College, Chennai during the period July 1999 to May 2003, and won the Best Outgoing Student Award. So she has done a post-graduation in MTech in plant design from National Institute of Technology, Trichy, NIT Trichy, and started her career with the National Organic Chemical Industries Limited from Mumbai, and she gained a significant exposure to pre-commissioning and commissioning of the project, conducting plant study and undertaking modification activities for improving the overall efficiency. Later joined Technip India Limited as a process engineer, where she gained significant knowledge in detail and basic engineering design for oil and gas industries and chemical and petrochemical plant. Special competence in ethylene technology, adroit in process automation for control coding of petrochemical plant using DCS system. And she has also has experience of OTS development for refineries. And we are about to have you, ma'am, so to listen from your vast experience of oil and gas industry. So please throw light on that particular area. Thank you. Welcome you, ma'am.
I believe there is something common between all the speakers sitting here in the panel, the moderators, and all viewers. What do you think is common? We as a human being are striving to be best, leave the planet more cleaner than it was handed over to us. See, be a chemical engineer, when a clean environment is discussed, it is often that we take the blame game. People believe, oh, chemical engineers, EV is going to come, watch out. We are going to, just one sec. Sorry for the interruption. So, when there is a thought that electrical industry, electric vehicles are going to come, there is always a contrast thinking that is oil and gas industry going to shut down? What about you people? What is going to happen to your oil? I'm thankful that Sir Gupta sir had the same view that I had shared, that oil and gas industries and electrical vehicle industry cannot live without each other. They are going to coexist with each other. Yes, entry of electrical vehicles into transportation zone is going to have a phenomenal transformation, but the transformation is not going to happen just like a bang, the way oil transformed our worlds. No, it's going to be gradual. It is going to pose a very clear and very small danger to the oil. Otherwise, oil is also going to be there as a crow friend. Now, electrical vehicle entering oil industry is not like a digital technology entering the photographic films, or it is neither an iPhone that is going to attack the use of cellular phone. There is going to be no big Kodak moments in an oil and gas industry. So do you mean that I don't value electrical vehicles? No. The ease and the advantage that we are going to get in terms of monetary benefits, cleaner environment, why not? Electrical vehicles are a bang welcome into the society. But when you see, when we are talking about electrical vehicles, it is a small bandwidth that we are talking. The consumer products, the consumer things. What about aviation industry? What about the heavy trucks? What about the heavy diesel performance vehicles, where electrical vehicles still need to be answerable? And then the one nugget or the crux that we often hear about oil and gas industry is, what about the pollution that oil and gas industries has created? Be it refinery, be it the diesel, any fuel that is being consumed, and we are also being blamed it is non-renewable source of energy. But then the question poses is, how clean is our electrical vehicles? We all know the battery cells which we use have a fine minerals, and the process involves a great inversion, cleaning of the minerals. And in that process, the impurities generated is far more dangerous to the environment than that is done in a refinery. Of course, it is because we are still in a beginning stage. We are not yet reached there. So it is not that one industry is good, the other is big. It is only matter of fact that how are we going to make this environment beautiful and cleaner before we leave this. So, and a fully electrified transformation system again uses coal as a source of electricity, then which again results to the pollution. So what I want to say is that either you take it to EV or electro or oil and gas industries, both need to strike a balance such that it provides us the convenience that we are seeking, help our future generation to go where it has to achieve in all comforts, but at the same time, take care of the environment. So as engineers, it is a primary duty of us. I was very happy when Subhatra gave so many information, how a simple technology usage can help us to remove the pollution. You know, the hybrid is the only way to move forward. It is very important to think about if all the vehicles present are made into electrical vehicle, what about the existing thing? So the more hybrid technology will help us not to dump more into the environment, but rather use the present technology and make it more effective. So with me, the echoing the same sentiment that oil and gas industry is not going to be doomed. It is not going to be closed. Even with a survey, even if by 2050, the entire 50 to 60 percentage of our transportation, let's take it for consumer, no, not for the big transportations. Even in then, even if that case electrical vehicles empowers, still oil and gas will receive only 2 barrels reduction in their production. So I believe that both the industries have to coexist. Otherwise, this is not going to be happening. It has to be like we are helping each other to thrive and grow globally. So that is my take. And I believe that each one will help us to survive this, whatever we are talking about. So that's my take here, sir. Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So that's my conclusion, sir. Like it's at the end of the day, market will be enough for both electrical vehicles and the conventional internal combustion vehicles to thrive.
Yes, ma'am. So it was a wonderful talk, and we could also hear from ma'am, it is something like you have sacrificed something and got into an industry. So like we could see that physically. So when a mindset is there, so like our kid is coming with a love and joy, hugging us, and in that case, you have shown a different face right away. So it is really appreciable that. What womanhood is always suffering about. So like we have all such responsibilities. Apart from that, we also throw light on certain areas which is for the improvement and the development of the country. So you could see that more than 50% of womanhood is contributing for the national growth. So hats off you to ma'am. So it is a wonderful opportunity that the conclave has connected Swarnalata ma'am with IGEN. So thank you so much for the wonderful deliverance. So it is all about the industrial growth. It's not alone for a change management. It is all about the development. It is for the society. The first point, whatever you have given. So everyone is connected only to portray that engineering activity should be there for the development of the country, but it should be sustainable, and it's also have a pathway to the greater connectivity. So it is a wonderful thought process. Thank you so much, ma'am, so for your insight. So with this firing thing, so we also about to listen from our one of the young chap from our team. So we have our Kiran here. So one moment. So we have our Sri S. Prabhu Kiran. So he is an young chap who call himself as a sustainability professional, and he has given a very good experience of such areas where working with the sustainable goals, and he is also here to talk about the auditing procedures. So I am trying to read out his profile. So Sri S. Prabhukiran, who is a sustainability clairvoyant with 5 years of experience in ESG, sustainability, energy efficiency, water management, green building consulting, looking to grow as a company progress, currently looking for a role in sustainability and energy portfolio. So he has also given his profile. So he has done his Bachelor of Engineering, Electrical and Electronics Engineering from Anna University, Chennai, and done his Master of Engineering in Power Engineering and Management from same College of Engineering, Guindy. So he is pursuing as an auditor sustainability, energy in water and carbon. So in the industry named TUE India Private Limited, Chennai. So TUE Nord Group. And he has also served as a senior engineer, green building, energy, water and waste audits, Consultants Private Limited, Chennai. So in green building certification consultants, energy audits and third party commissioning, lead IGBC for new construction projects, all such areas. And right now he is working as an energy engineer, NIN Energy India Private Limited, Chennai, involving in several projects related to energy audit, MMB audit in compliance with the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, mandatory energy audits, detailed energy audits, thermography, safety audits. Few of the major projects are presented below: PAT checking verification audits for thermal and paper plants for PAT and PAT 1 cycle, PAT baseline verification audit for pulp and paper industry in PAT 4 cycle, mandatory energy audit and detailed energy audit for industries, commercial building projects, Pan India and Bangladesh. So we have a very rich experienced person who is into auditing of such procedure where the technology need to have sustainability. So we can listen from this young chap who is about to throw light on areas where this sustainability can be done through the auditing procedures. So welcome you, Sri S. Prabhukiran, to the audience. Welcome you, my boy.
Thank you, sir. It was great hearing from you about my profile by somebody. So yes, sir, coming back to the topic, we are discussing about what is the impact of EV again on the society, or what is the kind of impact that EV will create towards the GHG emissions, or how can we put an end to it, or put means, since both the speakers prior to me were saying that we cannot put end to it. Yes, we cannot put end to it, but the dependency on the fossil fuel can reduce. Yes. So, quoting from the book, The Sapiens by Yuval Noah Harari. So, according to him, and the concept coming from 13.2 billion years. So, human beings are the most intelligent creatures the God has created. So we were able to sustain in any kind of situations. That is why our generation, we are surviving even through difficult times of all the floods and all the typical environmental based situations. Yes, now we are in the right place. The human beings have started the topic of climate change, which is considering the pre-industrial era and post-industrial era. Coming on the topic, yes, we are very able people, so who can find out a solution in any kind of a situation. Let's say while we were at the start of the global scenario, humans were on the last part of the food chain. Now we are our intelligence has grown to a vast extent, and our sustainability, human sustainability only, we have grown from lowest part of the food chain to the topmost part. Yes, we are a little bit concerned about ourselves on the environment, but yes, we have to live. We have to have other creatures live and coexist with us. Yes, we are having this problem of environmental issues, not only from the industrial era, but pre-industrial era also. But the prominency of the climate change, and let's say 1.5 degree scenario or 2 degree scenario as per the Paris Agreement or Montreal, starting from the Montreal Agreement, it then go as planned, because we are in a position where we have to take the actions right now. But still, we are in the monitoring status. We are not ready to adopt any. Means we are not still the research is going on to carbon capture, but we should have implemented the carbon capture technologies, desulfurization, carbon captures, and environmental based any kind of captures, like which could reduce the atmospheric CO2 and other GHG greenhouse gases on the environment. But still we are on the phase where we are just monitoring it. Yes. Coming to the topic on EV, which how can the EV help create the better environment or reduce the GHG gases? Right now, yeah, it is not helping as such, because when we consider the power plant efficiency around 30%, and coming to the electrical efficiency of around 20%, the overall efficiency is again reduced in 90%. The overall efficiency is again reduced to 27%. That is from fuel to road. So this efficiency has gone down. But yeah, if we are using if we are still using the normal diesel engines or IC engines, that would be having an efficiency around 50-55% typically. But yeah, right now we are on the growth phase. Let's say EVs are reducing the tailpipe emissions to zero in the on the living area or the city sites. Yeah, you can say, let's take the situation of Delhi. Delhi is having a very high, very low AQI right now. So their air quality index is gone below the living capacity. Means not because of corona, but still they have to wear a mask and get outside of their houses. So that kind of a situation can be little bit reduced while we are having this EV in the city areas. And let's say the pollution is somewhere outside. But with the entry of green energy onto the green vehicles, this will bring in some betterment on the environment. Let's say we are considering the impact of plug-in hybrids. So Mr. previous speakers are saying about the hybrids and plug-in hybrids. Let's say yesterday and today there were topics about how the electric vehicles and plugins can support this. Yes, plugins will if the plugins are coming into picture, then that will be a better scenario right now. Right now, it is already we are reducing, we are emitting on. We are not anyway reducing the environmental pollution with the EVs. So that is pretty clear. But but as the research and development proceeds, we'll be in a better position to reduce the environment. Yes, EVs are on the basic stages. These are the let's say baby to the giant of plug-in hybrids, or those are yet to come. So this will reduce the dependency on the fossil fuel. Let's say if you're using a electric vehicle, every fossil fuel can be diverted towards the towards making power somewhere else, where the pollution can be curtailed. Means where the pollution is on the area which is not impacting the livelihood. This is the scenario. And coming onto the topic of EVs. So what kind of EV impact will be created onto the grid? Let's say we are talking about a lot of issues on the emission side. Let's say these plugins means the plugin which is going to feed the electric vehicles. They're electronic based operations. So these kind of inverters, converters are creating little bit of pollution onto the grid. Let's say our T&D losses is around 18%. Probably Sindhul sir can say the exact number. According to the last year's number, it was 18% in Tamil Nadu and 42% in Bihar. So probably adding all the tests, it is 49%. Let's come back to the scenario on Tamil Nadu only. It is around 18 to 19%. What will happen if this huge amount of electric vehicles are coming into the picture and polluting a little bit of the grid? So are we ready to take that up? That is still a big question. So what is the kind of filters that are being put up to reduce the pollution to the grid. This is still a arguable number. This harmonics which is getting into the grid is creating a little bit of let's say heating effect because of the DC content onto the converters. So this is still an unaddressed topic, and right now there are no any standards available, or no any standardization that has been given by the government to put up any electric vehicle station or electric charging stations. So that is, let's say, it is to improve the economy of electric vehicles. But on the other side, we are looking at it. Yes, it is a little bit of a problem that standardization is not happening and proper filters are not getting installed. As we mentioned, as the previous speakers mentioned, Delhi is having the highest impact of electric vehicles because of the AQI problems and the higher smog problems. Now, I think the Delhi has banned the entry of all the emitting vehicles, that is few IC engine-based vehicles into the Delhi till the AQI becomes normal. And also, only the battery-powered vehicles will be there. So, what kind of impact that is created by this electric vehicles and charging stations? So, what kind of resilience does it bring to the grid? So, that is still in a questionable place. Onto the topic of EVs, going forward, let's not consider the year 2021. Yes, if we are in the year 2030 and plugins have already reached the market, and like how much the percentage of EVs now will be the percentage of EVs, PHEVs in 2030. So that time we can talk about the real climate change issues that are created by EVs, that are averted by the usage of EVs. So yes, that for that we are having this initial push or initial step or a baby steps towards reaching that. Yes, if the plugins are coming into the real picture, then everything, the problem of storage will reduce. Right now, we are working on supercapacitors, ultra capacitors, and quick charging stations or quick, super quick charging facilities and things like that. But what will be the real picture if we are having that into the market? It will be a boon for the market per se. So whenever there is a requirement in the grid or lower power or lower availability in the grid, plugins can supply it, thereby harmonizing the grid in a better way. Grid harmonization is a topic also I would like to cover in a later series. But this PHEVs will bring in the real picture. But right now, if we are talking on the environmental scenario, no, I don't think so. These EVs are actually helping out to the global warming. Let's say it is reducing the global warming, or let's say it is reducing the warming of environment onto the local areas. So this is how I like to conclude the first part of the session, first round of the session. EVs are right now not supporting the cause, but yes, it is going to support the cause in the later stages. So that is why we are here, and that is why EVs has to come.
Yes, Kiran. So it was a wonderful thing that we could see that a lot of impacts are there, but going forward from an electrical engineer perspective, so I could see that it is the fundamental frequency itself, it is going to disturb by the electronic products, that is going to be the converters and inverters, and the harmonic, it is a higher menace for the society. And going forward, the conversions of energy itself, it is going to deteriorate the overall efficiency of the engine means. So then again, we need to rethink about an engineering process. So it is not going to eradicate the menace of the pollution, but still we need to make sure that an alternative as well as the sustainable environment need to be maintained, and engineering need to be improved a lot on that particular area. The audit report has given only 50%, I think so. also. So let us think about re-engineering such solutions. So we are happy to listen more from you, the second round also. So like going forward, so we would have another person, such a eminent person, so who is also a young chap ruling the entire IGEN as well as the entire engineering community. So we could hear something from a person so who is working as an scientist in ISRO, and he is also a founder president of EWP Chennai chapter, and he is also one of our director of IGEN. So I'm proud to read about his profile. So it is a vast profile. So I'm just reading out the glimpses of him. So it is he has 12 years of experience at various levels in quality projects, research and development area at Satish Dhawan Space Center, SHAR, Indian Space Research Organization, and has an experience in Carborundum Universal Limited Murugappa Group as well. So presently working as a scientist SC grade in a system reliability group of solid propellant booster plant in SDSC SHAR ISRO. So currently the project manager for small satellite launch vehicle SDSC SHAR ISRO in solid motor assembly testing and launch operations. And he has also served in different companies as a quality function management and handling quality tools for problem solving and decision making. And he has also done an R&D in polyurethane particulate composite formulations, engineering and rocketry. Worked on various environmental projects and awarded Mondialago Youngest Engineering Award by Daimler Chrysler and UNESCO in 2008 and 9. And he has also been awarded with EWD Green Award by Engineers Without Borders India in the year 2008. Received the Youngest Industry Youth Icon Award in TISLA Award 2018 by Institution of Engineers Thiruvallur chapter in the year 2018. And he was also has received Young Scientist Merit Awards for the outstanding initiatives with innovative approach and service delivery by ISRO, and worked as an advisor and mission director for Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Space Research Payload Cube Challenge 2021 in association with Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam International Foundation, Space Zone and Martin Group for launching 100 femto satellite at Rameshwaram for the various study applications in the upper atmosphere with 1,000 students for 108 schools across the nations. And he has also completed internal auditor and quality management system ISO 9000 and 2008 from LRQA, and he has also delivered many lectures in reputed institutions and published more than 30 papers, and has done many such R&D works. So we are about to listen from our beloved ISRO scientist and EWB chairman. So welcome, Gokul sir.
Yeah, thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Perfect.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I think I'm on travel, so I'm not able to come for video. Apologies for it. It's like greetings from IGEN team and all the panelists. So I think one important common thing I think we could able to say, I think today, I think mostly I think 4 chemical engineers been in the panel discussion. So that itself like an kudos to the contributors to the global by the chemical engineers. So the important, I think I could able to see all the panelists delivered a huge concept on electric vehicle, and also the current requirement which is going in the oil industry. Yes, definitely. I think the complete world is moving towards the sustainable technology or the renewable energy. One important, I think we should know the basic concept. I think the engineering has come out with 3 the definitions or keyword we can say. It is nothing but this is oil, coil, and soil, which means the oil always delivered by the chemical engineers, and the coil by the electrical engineers, and soil by the civil engineer. And today it's a good debate system which is going with the oil and coil, which means like how this chemical energy has been converted to a kinetic energy using our oil. And same way, I think the world is looking forward to convert this chemical energy into an electrical energy into the kinetic energy. So I just wanted, I think our moderator itself, an electrical engineer, put forth the questions to moderator, since we know, I think every house, everybody living in our house, and it has been electrified with electricity, and how we are generating it. Are we generating a renewable energy or like a sustainable energy, or we are making a coal burning energy, and which we create a huge impact to the earth? So what is an option is we are going to turn up for, especially in converting this coal-fired energy into sustainable energy. Maybe moderator, you have any thoughts on that as electrical energy engineer?
Yes, sir. We'll put forth with that at the end of the session.
So
please go ahead.
So the one important aspect I think many of us know, the complete world, I think they wanted to turn up this coal-fired energy into an renewable energy using a solar harvested power. But till now, I think maybe globally or locally, even in our house, we are not turned up in implementing the solar panel. Why? The sun is, we are getting it very free, and we are not going to cost it for any energy which is delivered by our own the sun. But the mindset of every individual has not changed. And still we are thinking that government is giving an energy and we are paying it for, and we want to take up that energy till I think the sun is there, or the coal based plants are there. So now I think there is a big level of change started majorly across the world. I think the EV vehicle. So EV vehicle, I think when we started seeing in our perspective, I think definitely I think that is going to take a big revolutionary change. But what really we are seeing, I think it is taking up a battery-based technology. When we try to see, I think battery-based technology, tomorrow world, I think the disposal of maybe the lithium-ion battery or lead-acid battery, it is going to be only for 2 to 3 years. After that, what we are going to do with that? So the disposal has become very big problem, and I think so much of research people are working on it. Definitely, I think we are not getting a prominent solution. Now we see, I think India is number 3. I think very proudly we can say in generating e-waste. See, e-waste, I think almost, I think number 1 is US, number 2 is China, and third India stood. And we generate almost nearly 1 crore tons of e-waste across the year. And moreover, 22 types of e-waste we are generating. What is the disposal method? I think till now it has become a millionth question. And we try to see, I think we are very proud that we are even importing not only crude oil, we are importing e-waste from developed nation and dumping in our country. And even developed nation could not able to bring a big good disposal method. But now I think the technology transformation is happening in EV, and what really we are going to do when piled up a battery, disposal battery is going to happen. So tomorrow, I think after 5 years or 10 years, when we try to see a big metric ton of battery, lithium-ion based battery has been piled up, and are we going to dispose it properly or not? So I think that has to be questioned and that has to be answered. So that I think this oil and coil fight, I think maybe we can able to bring it in a renewable or in the sustainable way. Maybe that how we can able to educate. See, the usage of technology is becoming very high in the coming days. We want to use, I think, a more ambitious mobile phone, more technology adopted mobile phone we wanted. Even iPhone, I think they even give it for 1 lakh or 2 lakh. People are ready to buy it for what? We don't know. It is only like it'll become a fashionable one. Same way, I think complete technology enhancement is happening towards the momentum of the individual lifestyle. When a person, I think we try to think how we could able to reduce this kind of an habitat change or lifestyle. Definitely, I think these kind of problems also we can solve. If you think, I think in a, maybe earlier, I think we try to see an individual, I think having a bike and cycle itself a big looking forward momentum in the society. But now, I think in house, I think they're having 4-5 cars. What is the requirement of 4-5 cars for 5 people to 6 people? I think that has to be changed really. And more important, I think people have to have a lifestyle, a proper lifestyle change mind, and that would degrade our own living more technology advancement lifestyle. The important aspect, I just wanted to give some deliverable. See, I think we need to reduce the use of vehicle. Maybe it might be an oil-based vehicle or electric vehicle. Definitely, I think when there is a good amount of public transport, is the way we could not able to adopt it. You see, take a good bicycle. I think right now, I think complete the Western countries adopting the bicycle for traveling more than less than 2 to 4 kilometers. Same way, I think India can adopt. When you want to go for some 3-4 kilometers, you can take a bicycle, go by a bicycle. You can, I think even we can go with electric cycle, which is going to take a very lesser amount of charge, and that will be very usable way and a sustainable way, and we are giving something back to the earth also. And then the next important, avoid almost traveling from 10 to 15 kilometers by using a public transport. I think government has initiated and putting up so much of crores of money by bringing a metro train or public buses or much more train facility. I think we are not able to use the important scenario of this public transport. Once we try to use those things, I think we can even reduce that 15-kilometer travel from one place to another. Maybe about 25 kilometers or 20 kilometers, I think we can use our own car. and that also we can use it as a shareable basis. So when such a scenario is changing, definitely I think the climatic change and our Prime Minister already indicated in the climate summit, I think in 2070, India will try to bring the carbon neutral as a zero. I think we need to wait another 50 years to bring neutral to zero. By the time, what kind of a disaster we are going to see, and that is again going to be very big change. And who are all going to be living this Mother Earth? That is another big question mark. So these things and all, I think we need to bring it down, and we need to culture our next generation into a renewable one, and the usage of the vehicle has to be reduced. And it can be a debate with oil and coil, but definitely whatever it is, at last we are going to live with this earth. Only one earth is there. The very important, I will just conclude with that. See, we are all engineers. Definitely, we're proud to be an engineer. We develop the infrastructure of the globally and locally. But once you go and stand in front of any elements like elephant or tiger or even a cow, they will never see you as an engineer. They will see you are a human, and we have to see as a cow or animal as an animal. And they will never know these humans are creating such a drastic change in the environment, and because of them we are also suffering and doesn't even have a proper housing for us, and it's becoming a very big threat and inhabitants for the biodiversity as well as for the more microorganism. I think still, I think when the humans are not having an alarm and alert informations that we need to stop thinking and stop enhancement of this technology, definitely this COVID will not stop. Much more COVIDs are going to come, and that is going to hit the human, and again it's going to give an alarm bill that stop making your own earth as something like a mission, convert it to so natural. Definitely you also live as a natural person in the earth. So with that, I think I come to a conclusion. Thank you so much. Definitely this kinds of importance is required, and the technology enhancement is required, not by degrading our own biodiversity and our own Mother Earth. So definitely engineers is capable of doing much more technology enhancement. But again, I only humble that engineering should contribute for the humanitarian engineering rather than a technology-based engineering. Thank you so much.
Yes, Gokul. So although you are in a faster world in transportation, so but we could see that you have hit the entire community saying that it is oil, coil, and soil, like a T. Rajender dialogue. So like it is a rhyming thing. Although it is a rhyming thing, it is the need of the hour. We need to think about it. So oil has contributed to the change of the coil, and the coil has given something to the soil, means it should be a sustainably one, or it is going to damage the entire environment. That we need to ask non-living things or living things itself watching us in a perspective. We can see that all the animals are watching us. What could be the sustainable things? So all the animals which are washed away in the flood, they are also laughing at us, saying that humans also been washed away. So it is entirely polluting the environment. So that is being portrayed by your words. So it is really an impacting words that we need to rethink about each and everything, that we need to change our lifestyle. So that is very much important. So it is the changes are inevitable, but still we need to go ahead that if there is a need for such vehicles, we can go ahead with enjoying that moment, or else we need to go by bicycle. So going back to the revolutionary change. So that was a wonderful words from you. So hats off to you. So what next? So we need to think about it. So what next? GENDISTRANSCON is going to throw light. So this conclave has portrayed a lot of things, starting from Sir Selvaratnam Sir has given a very good expertise on how this company is growing, engineering is growing, electric vehicle is growing, and the market is growing. So that was portrayed by Selvaratnam Sir. So followed by our Subhatra ma'am, she was talking about the changes in the battery. So the technology which is contributing for the electric vehicle, so which is need to be sustainable. So lead acid battery or lithium ion battery, or it is going to be nickel cadmium, or no, it is about the metal hydroxide or whatever the material that need to be replaced, or it need to be recycled. That is the thought process that was portrayed, and followed by our lovable Gupta sir. So he has given in a wonderful idea that the industry is not going to create a panic, that everyone is working towards the sustainability, that it is also also marching towards a goal that every industry need to grow, that is making an alternative. Oil and gas industries is it is making such an environment that it would shift itself to a sustainable world. So that was portrayed, followed by our dynamic iron lady. So she has given enlightenment by giving us an idea of how the world should be and how the environment should be of utilizing such engineering activities, and followed by our auditor. So he has a young chap. As a young chap, he has also given an information about why the electrical energy and how the electrical energy and what electrical energy is going to give back to the society in electrical engineering or electric vehicle. Means it is the electric vehicle, we need to think about the engineering practices, and we also need to back up a change. So all such were discussing about the technological advancement. Suddenly a cyclone came and thrashed us, saying us, so everything is good for society. Means we need to change our mindset, not the technological front. So we need to work towards it. As an IGEN environment, the people working for the sustainability, we need to throw light on certain areas, how the development is going on, how the engineering is developed, but still the sustainable goals need to be adhered with such a policy. Means the GENDISTRANSCON, so the generation, distribution and the transmission system has converged, or it has given a very good idea of this conclave. So the concluding points of all these eminent people.
One moment.
Sir, your voice is not audible.
So the concluding remarks of all the eminent people, so 1 minute of your time. So it's a rapid fire round given to every panelist. So you can take your round. It's not by order. Yes, sir. Please go ahead, sir.
Sir, I'll add one or two words.
Sir, please, sir.
So I agree with Mr. Prabhu, also with Swarnalata, that there is a issues of disposal of the battery. So my question is, the only the EV is not the only solution to the environment or greenhouse effect impact. So there is all things has to be come together. I means that we have to use low density carbon in the refinery. Also, we have to go for this CO2 conversion into fertilizers. Whatever this refinery from the furnaces, boilers, or from the your power plant, the CO2 emission which is coming from the boilers or furnaces has to be converted into fertilizer by capturing the CO2. That technology has to come, and I think people are working on it. I know one of the R&D sector is working on this. Probably this will be reduce the total burden of the environment and the society. So
yes,
the only EV cannot solve the problem. It's a altogether EV, then these uses of LPG, natural gas, and then capturing of the carbon dioxide. That is the most important. Then only the reduction of the greenhouse effect in the society can be reduced.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. So it is the CCS and the other procedures need to be done. It's not alone the alternative of EV vehicle is going to protect the environment. So we need to work on with carbon capture. That is, carbon credentials need to be added up with every industry, and every engineering body need to work on it. So we have noted it, sir. So we'll listen from other people also. So any such point to add up? Your closing remarks, please.
Sir, I would like to say something. I think
yes,
I completely agree with the panelists that the core thing is mindset. We all think that someone will come and do something, the government will get something. I think being on this panel itself says that we all have that mindset, like somewhere we want to contribute either in a small way or a big way. I think that is one takeaway I would say, like we need to change the mindset of people that no one is not going to come here. It is our efforts that we are going to put to make this world a bit better. So I think we count. Even a small drop counts in the ocean. So yeah, we count.
Very great, ma'am. So it's a simple words, but you have given a very enlightenment. So like, sir, please, sir.
Thank you. See, I completely agree with Madam Swarnalata. It's a purely mindset. What is ahead with us, or what is ahead for the world? Okay, as Gupta sir explained, it's not a question of replacing gas or oil. It's an evolving technology. EV is evolving technology, and it is not going to be our how do you say, fully occupied job for us. It is a transportation mode. It's one of the our tool for life. Okay, like food industry is going to grow. Every industry has their own way of growing. So in transportation, EV is an evolution. Today, tomorrow, something may even come. Okay, most of us are now. How do you say, present ourselves in the name of work from home. Where is the question of transportation booming? Okay, there are several questions, challenges will come to us. Okay, the understanding of EV alone is going to exist is not our game. It is a part of a game. It is a part of the bigger life game. Okay, so as long as our mindset is allowing us to accept happening in front of us, we can enjoy that. What I mean to say is we can enjoy everything happening in front of us. So the mindset of accepting and growing with that will definitely going to give us a lot of boost in terms of our own economic activity. I would say economic activity are the happiness within us. So it's all coupled with several personal and global and economic activities, whatever we are doing. So we are not going to compete with somebody. We are going to work with somebody and make somebody grow, or some technology grow. So life is a bigger game. I fully agree with all these people talking about their expertise. It's a propagation of ideas. I enjoyed it thoroughly, and thank you for the forum. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Wonderful, sir. So end of the day, so I thought that there would be a fist of fire, but everyone is accepting, and we want to live a safer life. So that is the point being emphasized. And going forward, we would listen from other three panelists also. So yes, please.
I want to say to conclude my session, 4 A's. The technology should be acceptable, affordable, available, and it should be easily approachable, right? It should not cause any damage to environment or human being or animals, and to the biodiversity system also. So there are more technologies coming up. Apart from the energy storage system, we have another booming technology, the hydrogen and the fuel cell. Those are all using very clean. Those are all very clean energies, but it is not cost effective. So the trend has to look on those things. And another booming energy field, renewable energy, is the offshore wind. Which is very clean and. But the investment is high, but it is all the time available. As Gokul was telling, the sun and wind is available all around, everywhere, all times. So we can think of converting those into a cleaner energy.
Yes, ma'am. So we could see that another lady, T. Rajender, with with a good words that you have beaten Gokul itself with the fourth word. So 4A. So can you repeat that 4A, ma'am, so that we can keep it in our mind? Affordable,
available, approachable, acceptable.
And acceptable. So okay, so we also need some alternative for it. So we add up one more 5. So it is a good thing that we need to work for the sustainability. So it's good to see that all the people are looking at a perspective that it should be an affordable thing. So SDG goal number 7 has been emphasized there. So affordable and clean energy. So it is a good thing to accept, and the conservation of energy. So it is the SDG goal 3A. And we also see that alternative need to be made, so which is about the climatic action. So we could see the little girl Vinisha, so from India, from Tiruvannamalai, has told to the United Nations and the common public, I'm not from India, I'm from Mother Earth. So I have my responsibility in making or shaping the world. A 13-year-old girl can give such words. Powering the entire world means why can't we people can do it, means, so it is a great question mark, means no, the IGEN is working on it, and we welcome all such people towards it. We would also listen from another 2 panelists left out. So please, any words to add up? Your closing remarks. We are running out of time.
Yeah.
Myself, Prabhu. Prabhu here. So yes,
Prabhu.
as Swarnata ma'am was mentioning, charity begins at home. So yeah, I'd like to. I am that perfect example Swarnata ma'am is saying. I've avoided all kind of personal transport. So I am reducing my personal carbon footprint. Yeah. So I am taking every day a public transport to office, coming back in by pool or personal public transport. I'm booking flights also, seeing their carbon numbers. This is the flight I want. And upholding the circular economy, I'm trying to buy foods and I'm trying to buy everything from a local perspective. So whichever is like locally available, let's say if I can get something from a local market which is closer to, let's say, 5 kilometers, I'll take from that only. I'll not take a better one. Let's say Haldiram's, I get it from Nagpur, and something like local, I'll get it from local only. So that is like the embodied carbon footprint is already reduced. So let's think on that way. Let's try to reduce their personal carbon footprint.
Very
So
great.
This is the important thing I wanted to say. Yes.
Very impressive, Kiran. So as an young chap, we need to change. So that is very much important that you are emphasizing.
Charity begins at home again. Charity begins at home.
Yes, Kiran. So very great. And we also listen from our EWP founder. So please, Gokul.
Yes, Bala, thank you. I think it's a good panel discussion which we could able to take a lots of the outcome. And my conclusion, I think what I said earlier, I think definitely, we need to think something like problems locally and act as globally. The one important, I think, as a rocket engineer, I think we doesn't even launch a satellite for 1 person or 10 person. We launch a satellite for 100 millions or 100 lakh people. That's what I think. Same way, I think one technology, I think, should not be sustained with a few number of people and create a huge impact on the earth. Definitely, I think we need to decentralize some of the technology where the real technology like EV is required, and where the other technology like harvesting the solar panel energy itself, we can able to run the vehicle for across some 10 kilometers or 15 kilometers or some CNG gases or biomass. I think all the technology should come join an hand together. Then I think we can able to create something sustainable and renewable technology, which is the world is looking forward. And the same way, I think we should not as we are all developing country, and developed country has used lots of carbon credit score, but still underdeveloped countries coming up because of us. I think they are being killed for so much of inhaling the technology. I think the one important, I think we should always follow the Bhutan. I think the one country, I think they brought it a carbon negative. So definitely, I think try to adopt. I think maybe IGEN can even bring such as a seminar or webinar. What is being adopted in the Bhutan and how we could able to travel with that. And definitely, I think because of developing country like India, I think Bhutan is being suppressed, and whatever they brought carbon negative, again they are coming into the carbon positive. So such a thing we need to avoid. Definitely, we are all technologists, and see how the disposal technology can be implemented in every development stage, and that should become a sustainable one. And we need to create only like a zero outlet. Like it should not be like a 1%, 99% we have been done, and 1% we are leaving up. Another last one more point I want to put up. See, in the design field or in the research, I think people try to give up a good amount of disposal method, but what really happening in the production area, I think they doesn't bother about it. See, I want to make a huge number of product. I will never see about the Environment Act or Pollution Control Act, but still I want to earn more and more money. I think that kind of a scenario has to change from everybody mindset, and definitely I think even I think we need to obey the pollution norms and environment norms, and it is not only for the a government act. It is for our every individual and every mother earth. So thank you so much.
Very great. That's
great.
It is something like
putting is there for that, I guess, for every entrepreneurs.
Yes. It was a wonderful session. That it is the completion of Diwali. That we are cracking like anything, and it is a fire rapid round that we could hear from all such panelists. A wonderful evening by the panelist has given the enlightenment to the common public, and IGEN is very proud to see such panelists throwing light on the area where, although engineering is a platform where we can work on for the development of the country, still the discipline and individuality is very much important, that need to be appreciated. Whether we the world is changing or someone would come for a change, means it is not that someone would be coming like a Vivekananda or some Gandhi would be coming and changing the environment, but we need to change, and this is the world, this is our world, and we need to work on it. We need to work for sustainability. That is being portrayed, and it is a wonderful evening, and we could see that the large statistics and the plantations and or the changes, the technological development which is going ahead for that improvement of such engineering platform would give rise to only pollution. So that is the myth that has been thrown. But now IGEN has portrayed that everything is for good. We would be making the world, we are connecting, and we would be connecting. The conclave has given an idea that it would change the world. So the myth would be broken, and we would be working for sustainable. So any queries from public? Sindil sir, can you please help me out with the queries, if any such queries are there, even with the panelist or with the participants in Zoom or the other platform?
I have one small doubt, sir.
Yes, yes, Prabhu.
Sir, to anybody, any entrepreneur here, Subhatra ma'am or other sir can
Subhatra
answer.
ma'am.
Yeah,
Yes.
either of them can answer. So how does it work, this retrofit of the project? Because the crankshaft and everything is there for the transmission. And how does this work? Actually, is it a cost-effective way to retrofit the present vehicle?
At the moment, it is not. Otherwise, why to manufacture newly? They would have retrofitted everything. But we need to work on the waste management, right? So it needs a little bit of mechanical rearrangement, and as you said, the crankshaft and other things to be like, where we need a lot of mechanical modification in the retrofitting. But at the moment, we have achieved 70% of cost effectiveness. You know, like the new three-wheeler, say example, like from Mahindra, it was costing 3.5 lakhs. With the retrofitting, you can achieve it in 1.5 lakhs. So it is halfway. You are in the, and there is an option to use petrol also, right? Your battery will not, your vehicle will not stop for any reason. In spite, if there is no charge, you can change it to petrol. So that is one thing, and it is cheaper than LPG again. So in terms of safety, also less hydrocarbon. That is there, but still we can, if we bring down the cost of the battery, then we can reduce, you can make it as more affordable and very cost effective and energy effective solution. That's what we are working on it. And now, as I told you in the first round, India is fully dependent on import of battery cells. We don't have any indigenous technology or manufacturing unit in India. So once those things will come up, the cost of the battery will come down, and it may reduce the retrofitting cost as well.
One more small doubt again.
Yeah.
This is with respect to the price. Sorry if it is
no
wrong.
worries.
I see that I've been to few audit factories of Mahindra and Tata Motors. So I've audited those electric vehicle factories. So the thing is that I see that the price, which is means the production cost or anything related to the electric vehicle, is to see from outsider's point of view, it's cheaper, but still the electric vehicle is costlier. Let's say sir was mentioning about Nexon. Nexon's actual normal regular Nexon price is around 7. The IC engine price is around 7 lakhs, and the EV price is around 11 lakhs without subsidy.
That's what the electrical vehicle evaluation
is. One moment, ma'am. So before going for that answer, so sir was about to leave. So Gupta sir.
Yes. I have any question to me, I can.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So I think there is no questions from participants as well. So like you can proceed, sir. Formally, we would close up this session so we can answer that questions at a later time. So thank you so much for your participation, sir. So we'll meet up sometime later, catching up you. So thank you so much for your time and presence here in IGEN, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. So
Okay.
thank you, sir.
So
please
you can proceed, but I am leaving.
Yes, sir.
The other people can continue. I am leaving now. Okay. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So please, ma'am. So please go ahead.
Thank you.
No, the evolution of or a transformation of electrical vehicle is in the beginning stage. It's a very, very preliminary stage. And as I told you, we don't have any indigenous technology available. So when you depend on the import of battery cells or import of the like controller electrical items, obviously the cost you cannot make it.
Is it because of the patent cost?
Pardon?
Is it because of the patent IPR?
It's only not only the patent, even the raw material. Lithium reserve we don't have, cobalt reserve we don't have it in India. So all the raw material and the technology we are still relying on other countries. That is what make the electrical vehicle more expensive. But like as Balamurugan was telling, we are also working on alternate solution like other batteries which will replace lithium ions and lithium phosphate. So when that comes up, you will reduce the cost of battery to 30 to 40%. And the sodium is a very good alternative. And sodium is a natural resource and you will get it either from water also. So it will break the cost of the vehicle 40 times cheaper. So and as I told you, the 4 days, it will be affordable. Approachable. You have the raw material everywhere in the globe. So it will make the cost of the vehicle very, very less. So definitely the transformation will happen soon. And all the scientists, researchers, everybody is working on clean energy storage systems also. So let's see, definitely it will drastically reduce the cost soon.
Thank you for throwing light now.
Any further questions, Sendil sir? So can we formally close this conclave with a conclusion? From President Ishrat Mirtana, madam.
Yes. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am. So any queries, ma'am?
No, sir. I'm waiting to start my section.
Very great, ma'am.
She's telling us to close our conclave.
Anyhow, thank you so much for all the panelists, and it was a wonderful session. And we are proud to convey our thanks for participating in this Sunday. Thank you so much for all the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, Gen panelists and all people for the wonderful opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you all. It was a great session.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
It's a wonderful opportunity. I, being the alumni of MGR Engineering College, I am more thrilled, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Sendil sir, you can take up the next session. Sorry, ma'am. So we have eaten up your time as well. So please proceed. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, one and all. Actually, because being a Sunday, we were charged from the industry side regarding what is the importance of EV vehicles. So I, Dr. Ishrat, want to charge the others with the academic side. So that's the reason the next session is about a debate wherein all the academicians are involved. So I, Dr. Ishrat, Professor in Mechanical Engineering, on behalf of IGEN, welcome you all to this IGEN GENDISTRANSCON Conference version 2.2. It's a privilege to invite eminent faculty for the debate on electrical vehicles and battery energy saving system. Along with my co-moderator, Madan Kumar, I thank all the faculty who have joined us for this debate session. IGEN strives to strike a balance between emerging technologies, innovation, SDGs, academia, and industry. And the present session is about the same. That is to understand about EV and BESS and its impact on SDGs, especially SDG 7 and 13. With respect to it, the first round will be focusing on SDG 7, and we'll have another round where my co-moderator will be taking over for the SDG 13. So before we start with the debate, or before understanding the impact of electrical vehicles on SDG 7, I would like to ask my faculty, co-faculty colleagues to introduce themselves, starting with Gomati ma'am.
Good afternoon, one and all. I am Dr. S. Gomati, working as an associate professor in St. Joseph Institute of Technology, OMR, Chennai. I am having 13 years of experience in teaching and research field. I have published more than 10 journals in national level and international level, and I am the power electronics chairperson at college level. I am thanking IGEN for giving this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Suresh sir to introduce himself. I request Kannan sir to introduce himself. Kannan sir, please unmute yourself.
I'm Dr. Kannan from MGR Educational Research Institute. At present, I am working as a Dean Energy Conservation and Electrical Management for our university. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Rangarajan sir to introduce himself.
So happy afternoon to everyone. Myself, I'm Rangarajan, working as assistant professor in Velamal Engineering College, Chennai.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Vigneshwaran sir to introduce himself.
Good evening, good afternoon to everyone. I am Vigneshwaran from K. Ramakrishnan College. I have some 10 years experience in the teaching, so it's a good opportunity for.
Thank you, sir. I request Lokeshri ma'am to introduce herself. I request Glenn to introduce himself.
Happy noon for all. Myself, Glenn Sudarshan. I am from CS Engineering College. I am working as an assistant professor.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Bobin sir to introduce himself.
Afternoon. I'm Jesus Bobin. I'm working as an assistant professor in the Department of EEE in St. Xavier's Catholic College of Engineering. I have 13 years of teaching experience. Thank you.
I request Suresh sir to introduce himself.
Good evening, ma'am. I'm very happy to be a part of this great event. Myself, Dr. Suresh Shetaraman, working as a professor in electrical engineering as well as dean of KIT Karanjan Institute of Technology, Coimbatore. I hope we are going to have a nice time and a nice debate. I don't want to kill the time, just will enter into the event. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Jiva sir to introduce himself.
A very good evening to all of you. Myself, Jiva, working as an assistant professor in Sri Sai Engineering College, pursuing PhD from National Institute of Technology, Patna, on the area of solar, having 8 years of experience and more than 15 international journals, and having the area of electrical engineering. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Muruganandan sir to introduce himself.
Yeah, happy evening to one and all present here. So myself, Dr. J. Muruganandam, working as an associate professor in the Department of EEE, Vivekananda College of Technology for Women. I'm having 15 years of teaching experience. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Ravindran sir to introduce himself.
Yes, good afternoon to everyone. I'm Dr. Ravindran, working as an assistant professor in KPR Institute of Engineering and Technology. And I have 7 years of experience and 5 years of research experience with conference presentations in abroad. And I have 3 peer-reviewed publications and a lot of conference publications on the area of power systems and electric vehicle charging stations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request Venmati ma'am to introduce herself.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. Benmadi, working as an associate professor in the Tripoli Department of St. Joseph College of Engineering. I also the recognized supervisor of Anna University. At present, I'm guiding 8 scholars, which includes 1 full-time scholar and 8 part-time scholars. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So it's a great privilege to have you all on this sessions. So starting from, I would like to invite Ravindra sir to give his opinion. How do you think the utility of electrical vehicles will have an impact on affordable and clean energy? That is SDG 7.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. And I'm here to present my thoughts based on pros of EV on SDG 7, that is clean and affordable energy. So speaking about affordability, with comparing to IC engines, electric vehicles are more economical with my perspective, because the amount you pay for charging electric vehicle and the mileage or the range it gives is more economical than our conventional IC vehicles what we are using now. And we know that prices of these fossil fuels are hiking very steep. Moreover, our electricity prices are considerably less when you compare with these fuel prices and these hikes. And we are also we are importing. We do not have much resource on these fossil fuels. Whereas this electric power that we can generate with ourselves has lost some points were thrown on local resources. So we can take it as a local resource, electrical energy. So utilizing a local resource will give you more economical way than using a resource which is imported. Right. With this point, I'm coming with economical point. And with this clean, we can extract the electrical energy from renewable energy sources, and more research are going on charging on the go. Yes, electric vehicle on the move, it can be charged. And these research are going on charging from the dynamics of its movement, and also with some electromagnetic effect which can be received from roadside with the movement of vehicle, the motion it creates, the wind motions, and power can be extracted as a continuous process. So this research has been under process, and if it is good, we can get a clean energy. We do not need to even rely more on coal-based power generation or some other nuclear-based things. So we have a wonderful and good platform on hydropower, which is also we can consider it as an most greener and cleaner thing. So with this no tailpipe emissions with electric cars, so the emission are restricted on a unique point in the point of power generation, where we can impose a lot of restrictions for the emission, and we can reduce its SOx and NOx emissions rather than controlling on the roads. So this gives you more lighting on clean and affordable energy.
Thank you, sir.
Yes,
Do you really agree with Ravindran's statement, Venmati ma'am, that replacing fossil fuels with EV vehicles will be advantageous?
Ma'am, sir has very well pointed about some of the advantages of using EVs on SDG 7, ma'am. But even though it is having so many advantages, it is having some drawbacks. First and foremost point is that even though it is having a zero fuel emission and reduces the dependence on a fossil fuel, EVs seems to be very, very expensive when compared to the other vehicles. Moreover, when you see the battery packs that have to be replaced very often, and moreover, the cost that is estimated, the average battery cost is currently cost about $16,000 US in addition to the EV that has been manufacturing. So EV manufacturing cost includes $10,000 US. So the study which shows that $16,000 US for the batteries, as well as for EV manufacturing, it costs around $10,000 US, which is very, very expensive when compared to the gasoline cars. Moreover, the countries need to be financially prepared for such a rapid transformation, as it requires a massive investment in the infrastructure that is required for the EVs. Moreover, there are some issues that is related to the subsidies, incentives, and the affordability. So electric fueling stations are still in the developing stages. So in our country, when you see, we are still in the developing stages of electric fueling stations. Moreover, the installation of charging stations seems to be very, very expensive, and the charging stations are not available at all the places. Moreover, charging time is very, very high. Almost the electricity is not available at a free of cost. So based on the tariff type, we need to pay for it. And there is a short driving range as well as a speed. And moreover, nowadays they've started coupling electric mobility with renewable energy sources. But this in turn leads to the problem of integrating converters to extract a maximum power from all these renewable energy sources. So this in turn increases the cost. So in my point of view, I can say that the reliability of using electric vehicles over a large distance is not up to the mark.
Thank you, ma'am. I request Kannan sir to enlighten, like, what could be the best means of cutting the cost, as pointed out by Venmati ma'am. Kannan sir?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. I agree with the points noted by the Venmati ma'am. But everything in the initial stage, what are the drawbacks is there, the madam is telling at present. So we are in the starting stage of developing e-vehicles and compare with other countries. Okay, that's why that kind of the points, what madam is told, I accepted. But in later on, whether the technology is affordable for us, in later on it will be all the negative points. What sorry is a negative point. The drawbacks, what madam has told, that will be slowed down. It will be reduced. Whenever the consumers are increasing, the technology is increasing in our nation. So, but it's a necessary, it's a right time to utilize the e-vehicles at present, because we have to save our planet. We are in the situation at present. Even though if always we are talking about cost. Okay, even if we have any health issues, we are not worried about the cost. We want to come out from that situation. Okay, if the medical expense, something is coming, no. So how we are feeling that we have to live. So we need a planet to live. So for that we can spend some money, because without planet, where we will live? Even you are having money also. So that's why we have to be do something, because we need a clean energy. Because the CO2 emission, because of that, see how rains are coming nowadays, cyclones are coming continuously. I think it's good or not good, I don't know. But even though because of the last 2 years and the pandemic, environment has reformed its structure, I think. That's why the seasonal rain we are getting. So it's the right time to afford e-vehicles. Actually, it's having a positive points. So many positive points it's having. Thank you.
Thank you, Kannan sir. As aptly said, when we want to restore our health, we spend lots of money. Similarly, if we want to restore our Mother Earth, we have to spend money for the execution of EV technology. So, do you really agree with Kannan sir, or is there any other alternate for this EV vehicles, Glenn? Can you enlighten about it?
Yes, thank you for this opportunity. So as Sir said, is correct. So health issues is very important. We have to spend money to. As of now, we have to save this world. That is the main criteria. So even though we have to need a supply for that, right? So in this EV vehicle, as of now, they're giving when they're giving EV, they're giving a supply 3-pin chargers, plug-in chargers, along with this. So all the EV vehicle we have to park near the supply, right? So we need lots of supply. So especially in research is telling that 40 percentage of people are rented, or 20 percentage of people are in stayed in a flat. So these people face this criteria. These people face this a lack of power supply. So how they can charge? So this is a main drawback of an EV as of now. So mainly, especially in the domestic purpose, so it is a very difficult to charge. So to charge up the EV vehicle, we need 8 hours for standard chargers. So if it is in a super fast chargers, we at least we need a 30 minutes to charge up this vehicle, right? So if you be planning for a long journey or for a long distance, we cannot rely on this EV vehicle because of this charging problem. So for short distance, for town, for cities, it may be okay. For long distance, it will become a very difficult one. So I hope this will change in future. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. As Glenn sir said, reliability is one problem and its charging is another problem. Do you agree with Glenn's statement, Gomanti ma'am?
Good afternoon to all. Today we are going to talk about the clean energy. The principal already has explained about the charging problem. I said each and every system it will have more advantages and some few disadvantages. So we have to take about the advantages alone. Then after that we have to move forward to the disadvantages. How we can give a solution for that. Okay, so as I said, battery charging problem is a big issue nowadays. So yesterday in conference on person they have presented the charging topic. It has introduced battery charging for 500 watts within the 20 seconds. 22 seconds. So many research is going on that period. So definitely we will provide a best solution for that. So before that I want to talk about the clean energy. Because clean energies will have more important environmental and economic benefits. Because it will, if you are not using clean energy, means it will affect the human health. And nowadays we are more polluted. So last week we have taken one survey. In that survey, I think Delhi is in 3rd position for more polluted place. So if we people, what is the main reason for more pollution is 80% due to transportation. So transportation only emitting more greenhouse gases like nitrogen oxide, carbon monoxide. So if you are reducing that gases by using clean energy like EV vehicles, means we can produce or we can provide a healthy environment. So nowadays healthy environment is very important one. Actually, we need some time for doing some enhancement and new technology advancement. So definitely, I hope that technology enhancement will give a solution for frequent charging, and it will induce or implement more charging stations. So initially, if you are thinking about if you are thinking about computer, means initially we have started or initially we have invented computer in a big space, and we have invested more cost for that. After technological investment, we have using with the compact size is less cost. So I hope definitely we will be providing more solution for the battery charging. But nowadays we have to think about the environment, and we have to provide a free environment, pollution-free environment to the people. So we have to move towards the EV vehicle instead of other vehicles. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. As you have pointed out, if we don't have green energy, then it will directly affect our humans. So it's rather than talking at a high level for the planet, it is for the self also we need to have green energy. And EV vehicles is an emerging technology wherein we need to have much more research to be done. So the research and all, whatever provisions are being provided, are they enough, or we need to have much more direction and cost has to be minimized? Rangarajan sir, can you enlighten on this?
Yeah, I'm waiting to enlarge things about. I'm going to speak about the cons of EV vehicle. So all were pointing out the benefits and the drawbacks of currently the EV vehicles. I'm going to tell the drawbacks of the EV vehicle. So we have been speaking in the topic SDG 7, which is related to EV. Over here, SDG 7 clearly states that affordable and clean energy. So starting from Dr. Arvindan sir, he was telling we need to avoid the purchase of fuel from petrol and other products from foreign countries. So we need to improvise the EV. But I don't think so. As of now in India, currently, if you're going to see, we are having around 300 million vehicles which is running in our roads. 300 million. We need to imagine, because our size is going on increasing. So the need of the vehicle is also increasing. So our government of India is have downpoured with lot of schemes actually. So currently we are running through FAME 2.0. The FAME is nothing but faster adaptability and manufacturing of electric vehicle and hybrid vehicle. So all these things all are telling that when we are adapting for EV, we are going to reduce the carbon footprint. I don't think so. By implementing or by faster adapting the EV vehicle, we are not going to reduce the carbon footprint. Why? Because currently in India, if you are going to see around, we are producing around 335 gigawatts of electricity is produced. So out of the 331.4 gigawatts, around 51.9% is coming from thermal unit. So obviously all the people will be knowing when you are going to generate one thermal unit, you will be giving out around 0.91 to 0.94 kgs of CO2 and other SO2 and NOx stuff. So obviously, when you're going to run a EV vehicle on roads, for example, if you're going to run a bus, right, it is going to consume 1 unit of energy is going to be consumed for running 1 kilometer. So obviously, when you're going to run 1 unit equal to 1 kilometer, obviously you're going to give 0.95 kgs of CO2 and other 6.4 grams of SO2 and NOx gas is going to be released. So how we can say that it is a clear source of transportation medium? No way. So we need to first create big infrastructure and development of clean and affordable energy. Then only we need to speak about the development of EV. So all are speaking about, for example, lastly, Gomati ma'am was telling about the population, right? So and then our Venmati ma'am was speaking about the infrastructure. So obviously, a country like India, when we are going to faster adapt of electric vehicles, so you just think about around 20 million or 200 millions of vehicles is being injected electric vehicle in the country like India. So obviously, the need of electrical power is very, very, very high. So still now we are relying on thermal energy. So it is a devastating situation for us in the carbon footprints in our country, right? And then we are speaking about sustainable development. So sustainable development is nothing but we need to have the development without damaging anything for the future need. The future need to get their own need. That's all, right? So I don't think as of now, I'm pointing clearly, as of now, the EV is not the perfect solution for the sustainable development. Thank you, ma'am. With this point, I will close.
Thank you, sir. As you have pointed out, when we are talking about the green technology, in that case, we have to also take into account the carbon footprinting. And for that reason, if we were planning for an implementation of EV technology, then in that case, we need to have proper infrastructure also, which has to be taken care by each and everyone, especially the government too. Do you have any other points to say in this regard, Bobin sir?
Yes, ma'am. Regarding the presentation of Rangarajan sir, he said something about the CO2 emission. So if you depend upon the non-renewable sources, there is certain chances for CO2 emission. Without considering the non-renewable sources, if you choose the renewable sources as the source for the primary source for our electric vehicles, then CO2 emission can be reduced. So this is one thing. Then another thing, Venmadiman pointed out the charging time of the electric vehicles. So the technology has improved much. The ABB has introduced fast charging batteries. So they have introduced a battery in such a way that it could be charged in 20 seconds. 600 kilowatts of power can be charged in 20 seconds. So this is not going to be a real problem. Then again, Glenn sir pointed out the mileage of the vehicles. So the mileage of the vehicles are nothing going to be affected because Norway recently has introduced the wireless charging lanes. So while driving the vehicle on the lane itself, the vehicle gets charged. So this is not going to be a problem because Vitricity also in US has introduced a wireless charging mechanism at the time of parking. Whenever when we are in a hotel or somewhere else in the parking lane, the vehicle can be charged. So there are many opportunities for charging at the time of parking as well as in the running condition. So the mileage of the vehicle is not a big worry at the moment. So technology will do the things. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. As Bobbin sir has said, like when we are having a technology by which we can charge the 600 kV battery for within 20 seconds. So can we really adapt or change over to this EV vehicles? Vigneshwaran sir, can you enlighten on this?
Yes, madam. So what's my point of view is that, so previously I watched the debate. They have told that the batteries design and the patterns are we are importing from the foreign countries. So we are not still in our mother countries, we are not having some technologies like we are not developing any batteries. That itself one of the drop point. Okay, we are so I think one of the madam have pointed out that some of the manufacturing cost in $. Okay, still we are not in our countries, we are not focusing that. Okay, so we are only comparing with the foreign countries. What Bobbin sir told in Norway, they have wireless charger like that. So if you take that means we can use renewable energy, but the integration of renewable energy in normal grid itself a big question mark. So if we take the infrastructure, normal grid, okay, we are now only we are in the pilot state of smart grid. Okay, so it itself in the pilot project. Okay, so we want to develop our infrastructure. We want to maintain. We want to think about our grid also. Okay, what will happen if everybody is using the electric vehicle? So whether we can have full. We are not in a surplus amount of generating electricity. We are in demand. So some of the news also in TV they are telecasting that the coal is getting vanished in some north part of India. So they are facing some difficulties in production of electricity like that. So when the infrastructure developed and when the battery design patterns have been developed from our own country, like Make in India patterns like that, if it comes, it will be a good debate to start. Okay, still we are in from a point zero, then but we are talking that okay, still there is some vehicle. If you see the petrol cost, we can think about e-vehicle, but we want to consider everything, the infrastructure, the design, the cost, and everything. So that's my point now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. As you have said, like because EV technology is in pilot stage, can we really go ahead with it on a large scale? Jiva, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Good evening. Hope my voice is audible to everyone. So, in my point of view, actually, to replace the old things into new things is not a big task, I guess, because we are used to adapt the situation according to the situation we used to get. For example, initially we used to have some button kind of phones. Nowadays, my grandfather also used to have the Android phone as he is in trade, but still he is using that. To replace old things into a new things is not going to be a much tougher, I guess. Actually, it's a requirement for a clean environment to have the development of green car technology such as electrical vehicles, as it is have the cost effective too. Because nowadays the number of electric vehicles on the roads are increasing. So not going. I guess it's not going to be a drastic change like as we are discussing in this panel. It's not going to be much tougher, I guess, because technology going to be help us a lot in future. Maybe within 3 or 4 years, everyone going to have these kind of technology at their home. So in such time, maybe the charging stations, charging station infrastructure will be going to be it's going to be playing a major role because it's gaining more important role, I guess. There are several issues, but it's going to be improving the system operation as well as the efficiency in future. Maybe within 1 or 2 years, it will get the problems will get easily find it out. And wireless power transmission also, it is also having a lot of research work is going on in that, because during the charging time, that service station, charging station, if you are using the wired technology, may have some difficulties for the driver as well as the safety point of view. This also have some disadvantages, but nowadays wireless power transmission technology, it's more become more useful, as well as these technique becomes it's necessary, it's need of the human life. So we can design based on the inductive power transfer between the two mutual coupled coils. For example, if we connected the primary to a charging station with the solar and the main supply, and the secondary can be connected to the battery e-vehicle. So these kind of technologies we can implement while the charging station will get spoon. So safety and comfort point of view, definitely like a petrol station, diesel station right now, whatever we are having. So whenever we're going to replace with that charging station, it's going to be more safety and comfort. And in a clean and environment point of view, definitely it's going to be help out to the human lives. So I don't think so that much difficulties are going to be there while we are implementing all these technologies, because the worldwide, not only in India, the worldwide we are focusing these technologies. So definitely it's going to be uh, the replaceable one by everyone, and it's going to be affordable also, I guess. Yeah,
Thank you, Shiva, sir.
Thank you.
Like sir has said, like there will be more safety in the charging stations if we are using the charging stations that can be executed for EV vehicles, compared to nowadays. We see like whenever you use a mobile, there are more accidents occurring at the petrol bunks. So do you really agree like this will be a safer technology for the automobiles? Muruganandan sir?
A very good evening to one and all. So I am going to discuss about the cons of SDG 7, that is a clean and affordable energy. So generally EV are not 100% emission free. So they causes a little amount of pollution indirectly. So they getting a pollution by battery and electricity needed for charging. So are not necessarily generated from renewable energy. So another issue is manufacturing. So here I'm denoting that building of EV has a greater environmental impact compared with IC, that is a combustion engine. So another one is manufacturing of batteries that will lead to that is e-waste. So I'm telling e-waste. E-waste is most severe problem nowadays. That is we are getting materials like lithium, cobalt, nickel. So mining this material can be destructive and polluting and energy intensive one. Then our side, ma'am told that infrastructure side. So nowadays we are increasing EV vehicle. So here there is no proper infrastructure for a charging station. So that having a number of designing, there is a number of DC fast charging like that. Then one more staff said that fast charging. So while going for a fast charging, at least poor stability of power system. Then overall the concept of SDG 7 is related with SDG 12. So there is a target 12.2, that is energy efficient. So and 12.5 waste generation. So considering this, we move for another technology. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anything we can do about this e-waste that will be coming out from this implementation of electrical vehicles technology, Suresh, sir? Can you enlighten about it, sir? Suresh, sir?
Hello.
Yes, sir. Can you tell us?
I hope it's audible, right?
Yes.
Yes. I was just listening to all the participants, those who are debating well. I just like to support to the people who were supported in con side. Of course, any technology is welcomeable, and being an engineer, creativity is also acceptable, and we are slowly moving towards very fast technologies. Of course, on the other side, we are just taking our goal. What we are talking about is like SDG 7, affordable and clean energy, rightly pointed out by IGEN Rangarajan sir. We are talking about a number of pros like no cost requirements or more convenient, saving, no emission, saving, drive safe, cost effective, etc., etc. There are a lot of pros are there. Of course, I do accept it. On the other side, I was rightly pointed out by my co-members, really we are really doing good to the mother nature. Where is the sustainability? Any technology, the basic law says that any energy can be created, can be converted, cannot be destroyed. One form of energy can be converted to another form of energy, but cannot be destroyed. Keeping that in mind, these electrical vehicles, if it come into existence in a longer way, definitely we have to address an issue of water footprints. Number one, I want to highlight it. And number two, carbon footprints created by the battery, as well said by the co-members. For generation of 1 unit of energy, now we are spending like 4 lakh liters of water we are wasting. See the people, the area, like even in Chennai, there is a lot of water scarcity, and there are, since outside of Tamil Nadu, we have a lot of scarcities of waters. If we keep on going on developing this technology and creating more and more vehicles like e-vehicles, definitely we are wasting like 87 million tons and gallons of water for production of cars, particularly for 1 month. Where is the sustainability now? I'm raising the question, where is the sustainability, and where we are talking about sustainability. On the other side, what you're talking about is technology. Every researcher is working on technology. They are doing research on the technology and submitting the paper, even they are getting patent, and definitely they are not looking on the environmental aspects. I would like to strongly suggest here, they have to look on the environmental aspects. Always rich get rich, poor get poor. That is the scenario that we are seeing. Absolutely. So no, EV vehicle is of course the welcomeable technology, but definitely it is not going to give the proper solution for the sustainability. I'm not sure that you have to go a long way, as pointed out by one of the member. Earlier we was using like button mobile phones, now we are using an Android. But it took a paradigm shift. We have taken a long travel, like 10 to 15 years, to move towards the technology. Since a lot of efforts we have to put on it in terms of like affordability and in terms of like clean. And when I say clean, not only talking about like carbon footprints or water scarcity, etc., etc. Entire globe has to be clean. Any technology is not given such a solution to create our globe and clean until the past 70 years or 2 years. Take a history on it. Definitely there is no that kind of every technology is creating some kind of issues to the environment. That should be addressed well. So keeping all those in mind, like I would like to emphasize on 5 points that was actually discussed in the last forum itself. 5 things should be we have to emphasize when we are thinking, when we are talking about any kind of new technology, like affordability or accessibility, acceptability, and approachability, and availability. These things to be keep in mind. That was well said by Subhatra ma'am in the last session. I would like to acknowledge her actually in the session. That should be we have to keep it in mind as an engineer, as an academicians, as an industrialist, or whoever may be that. Whether we are keeping it in mind, definitely these 5 points is not at all. No, we have to cancel it at least 1 point. Any 1 point. So we are always looking towards the commercial aspects. We are always looking towards all this. That is the reality. On the other side, this is going to support this technology, any kind of technology what we are developing is going to support our nation but not very soon. We have to go a long way. Taking on the other side, pollution. Pollution is not only air pollution. We are talking about only the air pollutions. What about the power pollutions? There are like a lot of electrical engineers I could be able to see. How we are going to manage the reactive power, how we are going to manage the reactive power. Even now we are having a lot of windmills in our system, but even now we are not able to generate all the windmills at a level. All the windmills cannot be generated power at a time because of reactive power issues. And how we are going to stabilize our grid? No, earlier we were with a decentralized system actually, and now we are slowly moving towards a centralized system. If it's centralized, if system is centralized, then how we are going to manage the grid? That's a very big question because of the charging. We are talking about fast charging, super fast charging, etc., etc. ABB has, yes, of course, ABB has done a technology. But what is the cons on the next side? How we are going to balance the system? Once for that, we have to plan accordingly. We have to have a system like smart grid concepts. Yet it has to come and it has to go. It has to run a mile along a mile. Like we have to talk about distributed generated systems, we have to think about microgrid systems, and we have to integrate all these things. We have to look after reactive power balance. We have to look after, power system imbalance. Or these things used to be addressed well, and we have to talk about the technology, and we have to. It should be come to the public, and it should be from the top level people to the lower level people. Then only it is acceptable. On the other side, whether all these technologies really supporting for the sustainable development as pointed out by IGEN Rangarajan sir is absolutely, I feel that we have to travel a long way, and we have to look after all those things. And developing country like India is as per the goal, the first 2030 goal says that, like SDG goal says that there are two different parts of the globe. One is the northern side and the southern side. Still, southern sides are only talking about these things. Northern side of the globe are not at all looking after these. They are only looking about research and economy aspects. And we have to think together. We have to collectively make a decision. I think IGEN has taken a very good thinking and very good way. A team of family of members are really working well on this. And this should be a teamwork so that it should be addressed well, and it should need at least a couple of years to go to address all those things. Of course, SDG 7 goal will be accepted by all. I think so. That's what I would like to put forth in the forum. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. As academicians, I think we are the ones who will be the change makers. So if we have a right direction and approach, and we can come up with this acceptable technologies, which will give us a greener earth. With this, I'll like to hand over the session to Madan sir, who will be focusing on SDG 13. Madan.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. That was a nice debate. Still now on SDG 7. What is the contribution of electric vehicles towards SDG 7? So that was a nice debate from all the academicians. So now we'll go step into SDG 13. We all know that the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal number 13 is climate action. So in that, I would like to call upon Dr. Suresh Sitaraman sir from Kalangar Institute, who went for SDG 7 for cons. And sir, what is your thought process about our SDG 13? EV's contribution towards SDG 13, sir. So this is like a TikTok round. So yeah, now you are.
yes, he's highly just before I just talking about the cons of all those SDG 7s, but it's time to me to talk about SDG 17. Pros of SDG 7.
Yes.
Yeah, of course. Here and there, the technology or engineering is always creators. keeping in that point of view, I'd like to share some of the pros, like SDG 17 goal, like clean energy, or what we are really talking about. So first, try to understand how SDG 7 has been framed. Like 195 countries, 195 countries has been signed in this MOU, like Agenda 2030, that is SDG goal. Out of that, as I said earlier in the last session, northern parts has participated only to the. I can divide this two component. One is like northern side and other side of the globe, where we can able to witness that northern side are like they are rich people, like I can say, like on the other side, southern side peoples are upper middle class or lower middle class, even lower than the thing. But we people are only thinking about these things. Of course, this is one point of the negative thing I'm looking into. But what is the pro is that the study says that the involvement is unequal. Actually, the involvement of the people from in the globe I'm talking about is unequal. And it is so now only it is taking steps and initiative. We people like IGEN family have taken an initiative to took over all those goals. Even our family has taken 7 goals as a 9 color WebGL. Sorry, 9 colors as 9 color WebGL. We are taking in the right way. And the basic fundamental in SDG goal to be achieved is like we need a group, or we need a well-said team. We formed a team actually. That is a very, very important thing. Regarding the items, regarding when I talk about now, in terms of resources, or in terms of accessible of data, or in terms of scientific capabilities, still we have to go a longer way. But on the other side, now we took an initiative, and we people as IGEN, we took initiative. Similarly, a lot of people took an initiative. I have a data on this. I just want to share the data on those things. Like there are total 451 partnerships has been registered till now to took over the steps like SDG 7 to the greater way. Like among that, 1,645, that is 36% only is from the northern side, and you won't believe that remaining all those things are from like the southern part of the globe, like 59%, 59 countries, like 30% from the higher income side, 136 from the southern part, like, and 58 countries like 30% in the upper middle class, 47 countries like 24% in the lower middle class, and 31 like 16% in the lower middle class. We are taking a very good initiative in covering the clean and like as I said, like SDG 7 goals has been taken a very big paradigm shift. But it's an each and every individual responsibility on the other side. We are talking about technology, we are talking about creativity, we are talking about other blah, blah, blah things. But it's an individual mindset that we have to keep it in mind, that to keep our mother nation clean. So for that, each and everybody has to take an initiative to contribute and as an individual to keep our mother nation clean and green. So we have signed a lot of MOUs. The government has taken initiatives not only national level and international level. Glasgow Climate Change Conference has been, now it is going on. Like it has been started at now October. Now it is going on. It is going to end up at November 30th. A lot of initiative has been taken to address this issue. And COP26 agreement has already been signed. A lot of initiatives has been taken at the COP26. Even our Prime Minister has taken an initiative like spending like 10,000 crores of money as a policy to support as a subsidiary in support to the environment. Those who are supporting to support the environment in clean energy concepts, our government has taken forward to support in each and individuals. So these are some of the policy decisions has been already taken, and it's our prime duty of every individual, not only in academicians, even it can be from the school itself. We have to feel ourselves. We have to take it in our each and every mindset. We are thinking about things. In the last session, actually, Dr. Gogol was really pointing on 3 things like oil, coil, and soil. So it was very impressive word. Like we were talking about oil. Once, if you're talking about EV, we say that oil is giving a lot of carbon dioxide, nitrogen, X, Y, Z, blah blah gas, and the even EV is also going to contribute to like battery. I suppose I said in the last battery, like footprints. It's going to leave the fatty footprints, water footprints. All those things are always there. But if an individual, if you take an initiative, if you take a step, definitely this SDG 7 goal will come into existence. It will be true, and we can able to witness in the couple of years. So that is what I would like to suggest. It's only an individual mindset to support for all the 17 SDG goals. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. That was a wonderful input that you gave with the exact data and the government policies also you have quoted out with what are the MOUs we have signed for the climate action. So as we know, the climate action in the sense UN have designed the climate action for 2030 agenda. So we are planning for 2030 agenda, and we can see the climate change. What is the climate should be in this month, but what we are actually feeling this month, because this is not exact rainy season, but this is rainy season. This is the time we can see and excavate what the exact climate change, climate action we have faced due to the that's a level which is already fixed. So we have noticed 2018 is the fourth warmest year designed and given by United Nations. So it causes the increasing sea levels and extreme weather conditions and increasing greenhouse gas emission. So to avoid this greenhouse gas emission, EV vehicles is the best thing which we can go for, as you said. So
of course, e-vehicle is contributing towards climatic change. Like I would like to add this point, e-vehicle is contributing towards the climatic actions. Like 2 degree to 1.5 degree has been pointed out in the last. Data was taken from the UN. Actually, total climatic change has been abruptly changed to 0.5 degree. Actually.
Yeah, but we are yet to hear from others also. So thank you for such a nice data from you, sir. A nice picture from you, sir. Now we'll call upon Muruganandan, sir. So this is a time for you to come up with your own ideologies in the SDG 13, electrical vehicles contribution towards SDG 13, that is climate action. Muruganandan, sir, so what you, sir?
Yeah, good evening, sir. So pros, already we said more points. So just I add 1 or 2 points. So as IPCC report said, 1.5 degree increases. So that will faces a major rising of sea level because over 7,000 kilometers coastline. So the alternative one is fossil fuel combustion in the transport sector is now a largest one. So obviously we replacing this by EV that will reduce greenhouse gases emission and causes a climatic. So that is responsible for lower emission over the lifetime compared to conventional engine, that is ICE. That additionally it will also reduce noise. So by using electric vehicle, that noise is always reduced one. So that that is SDG 13 is related to SDG 9, that is industry innovation and infrastructure. So by ideas, we're bringing vast infrastructure facilities. So that will changes provide huge opportunities to modernize infrastructure and promote greater prosperity across the globe level. Okay, so we move latest innovative technologies by using EV. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you. So you have said the EV is towards climate action. EV is good towards climate action. So now we'll call upon Jiva sir from Sairam Institute, Sairam Engineering. So your valuable points, sir, please. Jiva sir. Jiva sir, you are there? Okay. So I'll call upon Vigneshwaran sir from Ramakrishna. Ramakrishna Engineering College. So, this is from Vignesh. So what is your thought process for, sir, you are not audible, sir. Sir, you are not audible, sir. Vignesh, sir. You are not audible, sir. Yeah, please remove your headset, sir. That will be. No, sir, still it's not audible, sir. There is some technical issue, I think so.
I think there's some network issues, a band below. We can go ahead with Bobin sir's opinion.
Yes, sir. Essentially, yes, Bobin, sir. Yes, sir. What's your opinion about e-vehicles?
Good afternoon, Madan sir. Once again, adaptation of electric vehicles is one of the strategy to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. But still, we have a few disadvantages also. Let me list out a few disadvantages associated with the SDG 13. According to an article cited in the journal named The Research, published in Nano Energy, it is identified that about 100 toxic gases are released during the charging process of lithium-ion batteries, which includes carbon monoxide. So these gases are very toxic, and these gases is certainly going to pollute the environment. Very similar to this, during the charging process of lead-acid batteries. So in a lead-acid batteries, during when it is overcharged, what happens is hydrogen sulfide gases is released from it. So this is a colorless and poisonous gas. The major problem is it will accumulate on the floor level, as it is heavier than air. So if you may imagine a case, if it is a closed environment like a car or a aeroplane compartment, what happens is it will affect the good health and well-being of the public which are using it. It is supposed to affect SDG number 3. Similarly, when these gases are released into the atmosphere, certainly the greenhouse, certainly the climate action is also going to get affected. The another important cons associated with this electric vehicle is that in future there may be a need for there may be a demand for copper in future, because the electric vehicles mostly uses copper windings for implementing the for manufacturing the motors and the circuits associated with it. So there will be a need for copper. So where we have to depend on the factories for extracting copper from sulfur ores. Which again is going to pollute the environment through indirectly we are polluting the environment through the factories. So I think these are the cons associated with the SDG 13 while implementing the while going for electric vehicles.
So, sir, as you said, the greenhouse, what you said is like the greenhouse gases is more safer than gas emitted by other lithium-ion batteries and the lead-acid batteries. So, as you said, there is some disadvantages also, but we'll point out the positive things and hope for the best in the climate action when EV is introduced more as of now. So now we'll call upon Rangan.
Hello, sir. Whether my voice is audible, sir?
Yeah.
I'm Vignesh, sir.
Yes, sir.
Whether my voice is audible?
Yes, sir. Very much, sir. Very much, sir.
Okay, sir. My point is that recently we have heard that Delhi situation. So in Delhi, the situation is very worst. The climate is very worst because of that. The CM have put some of the rules like odd number registration vehicle, even number registration vehicle, like that. They have controlled the vehicle communication to change the climate. Okay, that is apt for EV, I think so. So with the help of EV, what they are trying to convey, what the chief minister, what the government is trying to convey in Delhi situation, is that if we implement EV means if we reduce the vehicle or communication means we can able to control the climate change. So with that, my point is that EV will support this climate change, and that is my point, sir.
Yeah, nicely said. What you said is like in Delhi, that is more affordable and affordable to get the electricity, production of electricity, when compared to the production of electricity and production of coals and other fossil fuels. We need to get more fossil fuels, which is not available nowadays, which also affects indirectly affects the climate action by affecting the fossil fuels under the earth. So it is also depends on the petrol or diesel which we use for the normal vehicle. So when e-vehicles is introduced, there is some positive things as you said also, but we need to focus on all the states in India and for worldwide we need to think of the affordability of energy, accessibility of energy, and availability of the energy. So thank you, sir. Thanks for the nice points. We'll hear from Rangavan sir from Velamal Institute.
Yes, sir. And we are speaking with related to EV and SDG 13. So SDG 13 clearly states climate action. So actually it states that take urgent action to combat the climate change, to take the urgent action. That is the statement it is given for SDG 13. And as India has also signed the UN SDG goals, so we are in the urge to attain the SDG, all the SDG goals by 2030. So for that, the only hope what India has as of now is decarbonization. So decarbonization, the entire sector, if you're going to see around in the year, we are emitting around 36.4 billions of greenhouse gases has been emitted. So in that around 60% it is coming from the transportation sector. So in the transportation sector is going to be giving the maximum amount of carbon footprints of India in the global aspect. So we are having only hope to decarbonize our transportation sector. So once we want to decarbonize our transportation sector, the only hope is first we need to achieve the SDG 7.2. The SDG 7.2 actually it is telling integration of renewable mix in the energy sector. So once if you are achieving this 7.2 integration of renewable energy in the grid, so earlier I was pointing in the con of the EV vehicle with related to SDG 7, but once we are make sure that all our energy resources what we are going to generate maximum energy if it is to come from renewable energy. We cannot say 100% energy can be accommodated by renewable energy sources, because we all electrical engineers know the scenario of grid. So without the thrust, we cannot able to push the power into various sectors, because if you want to think 300 millions of vehicles is going to change, you need to imagine how much of electrical energy is required to power up all these vehicles. So what is the capacity of the grid? What is the capacity of charging infrastructure? Everything we need to keep in mind. Once we are satisfying all these things, the only one hope is there in our hand is EV vehicle, because EV is not going to produce any tailpipe emission. So tailpipe emission is like CO2, NOx, XOx and other gases which leads to the carbon footprints and which leads to the greenhouse gases. And we need to talk about the climatic change. So almost every panelist was speaking about there was a rise in 1.5 degree in the global temperatures, which is a very threat to the entire environment. How we are going to survive in this world is still became a very big question mark. So we are speaking around 2060 or 2050, half of the portion of the coastal regions of India is not going to be there, particularly especially Chennai, like city is going to submerge the water. We are speaking about the global actions, global climatic actions, it is there. So this only hope is there, because we are the third largest producer of greenhouse gases in the world. So once if you are being there, the third largest producer of greenhouse gases, So by coming down the 60% of vehicle emission from what we are producing, the overall producing. For example, if you are going to drive a vehicle, so if you are going to drive a vehicle for, if you are going to utilize 1 liter of petrol or diesel, is going to give around 2.6 kgs of CO2. So ultimately 1 year, if you are going to see average Indian user, they will be producing around 4.2 metric tons of CO2. So we need to think twice or thrice before when we are going to change to EV. Is only one sector. So for accompanying or to achieve SDG 13, for acting fastly or swiftly, the only thing is the paradigm shift from the entire IC engine to EV is only one hope for country like India to win the SDG 13 goal. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That was very optimistic think and thought process from you, sir. You have pointed out that the decarbonization, which is mandatory and which is mandatory as of now for our country, because as you said, the is the main cause for the greenhouse gas emission and other things. So we got other data like mole fraction of carbon dioxide is 406 ppm per day is emitted through the transportation alone for our other than e-vehicle. So if it is e-vehicle, we can at least reduce the 406 ppm of carbon dioxide emission to at least 50% of ppm will be reduced through this e-vehicle. So well pointed, sir. So we'll call upon Gomati ma'am for his thoughtful inputs against EV vehicles. SDG 13. Gomati ma'am, over to you, ma'am.
So good evening, sir. Now I am going to talk about climatic actions. What is the impact on electrical vehicle on climatic action? So normally the climatic action, it leads to climate change on every country and every continent. Due to the climate actions, we people are having disaster storms, floods and droughts. So if we want to reduce the climate actions, means we have to take necessary actions for climate actions. We are not telling EV it is the best solution for avoiding climate action, because the electrical vehicles in the design and infrastructure point of view, we have to have more concentrate about the design, and if we have to install the battery on that EV vehicle, so due to that the design of the electrical vehicle may lead to very complicated, and disposal of battery, that is very, very important, because Bobin sir well said about the lead acid battery disposement. So when we are disposing that lead acid battery, that time it will be producing hydrogen sulfide gas. It is not advisable one, so it will producing the environment also. And in my point of view, EV is not producing the best solution for the climate action, and we have to reduce the other sources also. That is nothing but we have to reduce the burning of fossil fuels, burning of bio waste, burning of plastics. So it is also reducing the climate action, because 2016 we faced flood. What is the main reason for flood is the soil water power absorption was very less. What is the main reason means the disposal of waste. So our people, what they are doing means simply they are using the battery or other waste, they are simply thrown it. So due to that, the soil, it will be losing that absorbing capacity. So due to that, we are not able to absorb the enormous amount of water, and when you are having scarcity of water, that time you are not able to use this one. So in my point of view, EV is not producing the best solution for the climate action. It is also one of the reasons for producing the climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Well said. As you said, EV is not only the source of greenhouse gas emission cutoff. We also have other ways to cut off the greenhouse emission, as you said. But when we thinking of the futuristic thinking, when you go for futuristic thinking, it will be good only when the EV is implemented as of now. So, well, let's wait and hear from Glenn sir about his thoughts for not using EV vehicles in SDG 13. Glenn sir, over to you, sir.
Yes, sir. I'm going to talk of the pros and advantages of EV impact on SDG 13. That means climate change. So, in my point of view, the electricity mobility must be important part for country's sustainable future. So, for sustainable development scenario, it rests on three pillars or 3 points. So, one of the main point is to bring a rapid reduction in emission for air. So another thing is a global climate goals. These two are the major points that stands on. So the climate change is caused only the major reason for climate change is caused by the emission of CO2. So this will impact on the human as well as nature. So to bring down this, as last ma'am mentioned about the climate change, EV is not a best solution. For my debate, from my point of view, the EV is the one of the main solution for the climate change. So as if now the EV is in a preliminary stage. So by 2030 or 2040, so the one of the research tells that 1 billion of EV will be on the road. So this will drastically will change the climate and as well as the emission of a CO2. So this will bring the environmental change on my point of view. So another point I like to add that one electric car on a road saves an average of 1.5 million grams of CO2. Then you think that this is equivalent to the 4-time return of flight from London to Barcelona. You see how much emission it can be controlled. So in future, sure the EV will control and it will play a major role in climatic change. As the last presentation, one of the good person they told, available and accessible and affordable. So in our technology, by this 10 years or 15 years, so the EV will be available, approachable and affordable to all, so that it will bring a huge change in the climatic. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. That was a nice point. And you said the EV is the main thing for the need of the hour. And we have other ways to cut out greenhouse gas emissions. And for this climate action, we have other ways like planting trees and mainly afforestation. Nowadays, we can see lots and lots of storage building over there in Chennai. And now facing the facing the consequences of the climate action, what the nature, that is a nature called like, which is visible right now in front of our eyes, which is mainly because of the deforestation. They have cut out the trees over there in the lakes and the rivers, and now they are swimming inside the areas where they are living around. So this is the main reason also. So we have one more suggestion, like EV is one more adding point for climate action, which we can achieve through this SDG. So now we hear from Kannan sir from Dr. MGR Institute. Kannan sir, what is your opinion?
Good evening all once again. Actually, this SDG 7 and 13 are interrelated. So once we obtain the clean energy, so automatically the climate changes will be reduced. So because of mostly having a more interrelation between these two, in previous session we discussed about how we are obtaining clean energy using various, very particularly we are talking about only the vehicles. Okay, so it's not only the solution to reduce the CO2 emission, because very particularly we have so many e-vehicles types are there. Instead of using battery electric vehicles, if we are using fuel cell electrical vehicles, it will be more clean energy we can obtain. Why? Because if you are using the battery vehicles, we have to be charged the battery. For that, again, we are taking the supply from the power plants. So power plants also one of the major source to emitting the CO2. So to avoid to taking the supply from the AC from power plants, and we are converting DC to, then again we are charging our batteries. Instead of that, if you are using BES by using solar plants and other fuel cells, if you are using combined together as a hybrid system, then if you are storing the DC, so we must avoid taking the power from the power plants. We have to generate by ourselves to store the DC. Okay, then it will be good. We can reduce the CO2 emission from the power plant also. If we are in another case, already I agree with the Madam Gomadi, given the point, the e-waste of the battery. So once if you are using the battery vehicles, what about once we know each and every battery having its own lifetime. Once the lifetime is over, automatically it will be e-waste. So how we can maintain? So all battery vehicles are there once a day. So we think about now we can think about the mobile phones. How many mobile phones we are having without using in our house? So that are all e-waste. So like that, one day, so many number of batteries will be there in our nation. So we have to be avoid that's why that's a negative point is there in that battery vehicles. So once we have to obtain the clean energy, but e-vehicles is playing the major role to get a clean energy. Then if you're coming back to the climate changes, okay, so the climate changes. So because of that, and also unseasonable, the temperature level of a nation or country, world is getting increased. Okay, so how we have to be come out from that situation, that is very important. The climate, the urgent take already steps we have to be take about the climate changes, because already right said Rangarajan sir, in within 2030 maybe coastal areas maybe it covered by the water of sea. So we have to take a step. So in case of climate changes, why we have to be take a urgent step? So we are saving the money and so many things as we are keeping left for our children's. We have property, so many things we are our savings, everything we are for our children's and future generations. But the future generation has to be live in a planet. That is important. Even if you are having whatever maybe the savings we are giving to our coming societies, but where they will live. For that, we have to be give the clean and affordable planet to our society also for next generation peoples. But but just think about that, when God given us a planet with a clean and neat only, who polluted that planet? We only polluted that planet. So not other people. So public only, the human beings only polluted, not animals, everything. So in the public only, the peoples only, we are only polluted the planet. Now we are taking the urgent steps to recover from that. Now only we realized. So ancient days we used the bullock carts and by walk we went. The same situation is again is written back. How the Gemini nation pant and the belts band now we are using, no, as a fashion like that. Previous things is again we are coming back to that situation. So if we have to be adopt that, unless otherwise we have no place to live. We have only one planet. That's my point of view. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was a nice thought process from you. That is interlinking. There is yes, as you said, there is interlink between SDG 7 and SDG 13, and it should be there. As you said, we are taking from we are in a cycle. Like we are taking power from thermal plant, and there we are emitting CO2, which is more than the transportation we are using now. So instead of going for thermal plant, we can go for the renewable energy, which is nowadays easily available right now through solar plants and wind energy. There is lots and lots of source of renewable energy is there. As you said, SDG 13 is based only for climate action, and But EV is not only the source for this climate action which we are facing now. So thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your
One more point. In our university, IGEN, is we are creating the awareness to the students and publics how to attain that clean and clean energies. How can we reduce energy waste using various programs. And also one more thing, now today I seen in the Tandi TV one thing is there, how they are directly extracting the CO2 emission from the thermal power plant. They are absorbing that, then they are converting this as a stone, they are sending to the ground, then they are converting it as a stone. Again, they are some other so many technologies they are using. If they are coming to our country, it will be good for us. Thank you.
Yes,
thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Nice, sir. That is a new input for us because as a thermal engineer, will take your thought process to next level by implementing these kind of new approach and innovative ideas, which is SDG 9 for us. So thank you, sir. Thank you, Kannan sir, for your input. So now we'll call upon Ravindran sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. Ravindran sir. So what is your view about EV vehicles contribution on SDG 13, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you for welcoming me on this topic, SDG 13. Well, I will. I cannot blankly accept this sort of SDG 13 linking entirely with SDG 7, where SDG 7 is about clean and affordable energy, where clean energy is linking with SDG 13, which is a climatic change, whereas a clean energy will give you a way for climatic change, reduction in climatic change, but affordable energy will not lead you to reduce climatic change because whatever you make, you create energy from coal or fossil fuels now in economical way, maybe now. But when you go for an approach of EV vehicle for replacement of these things and reducing your carbon footprints and making a reduction in climatic change, it will not lead. Relying completely on electric vehicles, we have shifted our mining from coal and this fossil fuels to lithium mining and cobalt mining, right? So again, deforestation comes with these mining. Again, our import will shifted from this fossil fuel to lithium ion resource. Again, we are importing these things, batteries. And moreover, if you think about manufacturing of these EVs, um, yeah, it is a real fact that EVs were utilizing 50% more water than your normal IC engine manufacture. What it takes 2 lakh liters per manufacturing of IC engines, it takes about 3 lakh liters for the electric vehicle to be manufactured in case of this fiber production and battery production. And in case of recycling of batteries, I think of we are relying more on power dense batteries, which is none other than lithium ion and its combinations now. Lithium ion batteries are even in very country with very high restrictions on these things. US only recycling about 5% of lithium ion batteries, and whereas when you look into other lead acid batteries, which are recycled about 99%, but lithium ion are recycled only for 5%, even in developed countries, and which has a very high restriction and rules and regulations. But if you think about India, what could be the lithium ion recycling process? And moreover, you know that lithium ion, when it is exposed barely into the environment, it is very harmful, like an explosive lithium ion batteries, and you cannot handle as simple as other batteries, whereas lithium ion are more dangerous, as well as gas leakages, and it can lead to more environmental hazards. So I don't agree with a lot of points that EV is a major contributor, will be a major contributor for climatic change, and we should adapt and go for a new technologies which will definitely reduce climatic change. But EV will not contribute on climatic change, but it will be contributing on clean and affordable energy, but definitely not on climatic change of the earth. So we should definitely move towards further more points than EV. Thank you. This is on my
Yeah, well said, sir. Yes, well said, sir. Thank you. So, as you said, for Tamil comedy, Santanam comedy, பருத்தி முட்டை கம்முன்னு குடோன்ல இருக்கலாம் அப்படின்னு சொன்ன மாதிரி, you said like instead of getting and it can be to avoid electricity production through thermal energy, and we can go for other sources of which can make climate action more affordable for SDG. So as you said, it's a right point. The source, and we can go for new innovative ideas which can be a part of SDG 13, and it will be useful for the climate action, which what the climate we are facing nowadays. So thank you, sir. Thank you, Ravindran sir, for your valuable input. So now we will hear from Venmati ma'am. Venmati ma'am from St. Joseph. Thank you, Ravindran sir. Venmati ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, welcome ma'am.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity again. One of the major cause for increase in air pollution is road transport, which accounts for a 13.5% of a country's energy-related carbon dioxide emissions. So, in order to reducing transport-related emissions, we have opted a clean mobility solution, which take part in a sustainable development, that is SDG 7. So in that case, EVs are directly aligned with the sustainable development goals. So like especially SDG 7, that is a clean energy, which in turn pave a way for SDG 13, that is a climate action for a low carbon future. So in this regard, if you see, EVs have a zero fuel emission, reduce the dependence on a fossil fuel, improve community health, and it is going to safeguard energy security, and it improves the prospects of our employment. So in that case, when we compare the efficiency of the motors that has been used in an electric vehicle and in other vehicles of IC engine, the efficiency is around 90 to 95%. Whereas in case of ICs, it is around 35 to 40%. So we can opt electric vehicle. Moreover, when you compare as you go for a coupling of electric mobility with the renewable energy sources, which in turn help in decarbonizing the transport sectors. So if it is powered by a clean energy sources, EVs can help in increasing the share of renewables in the energy mix. So moreover, when you see the requirement of a fossil fuels, so if you want to cover a particular distance, the requirement of a fossil fuel is 2.5 times more, whereas it is very, very less. Moreover, the fossil fuel requirement leads to the emission of a carbon dioxide, which will be higher in case of a fossil fuel. So this in turn changes the climate. Moreover, by proper integration of a climate change measures into a national policy, strategies, and planning, we can have a quality, quantity, and reliability. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. That was a nice input with exact data of 13.5% of CO2 emission is through the transportation, as you said. And but when it is moving forward, we'll have 26%, 26.5% of fossil fuels can be saved when it is compared to the other vehicles. So, as Ravindran sir said, there is 3 lakh liters of water is needed for making energy. That is e-vehicle. When compared to other vehicles, it is only we can save 1 lakh liters of water for production of e-vehicle. And if we thinking in the other side, like affordability, availability, accessibility, action, and adaptation. So, which is affordable right now. We are affordable only for the petrol price and the diesel price as of now. If it is battery, we think of the price of the new e-vehicle which we gonna buy. So we also think about the availability. When it is going for availability, is it the number of vehicles available when compared to fossil fuel vehicles like petrol car and diesel car? Battery manufacturing of battery cars is more not more reliable nowadays because of the availability of the raw materials for e-vehicles. So thank you so much, ma'am, so much for your valuable input, ma'am. So e-vehicles contribution towards climate action is up to our point. When it is that is the e-vehicle is not only the source for climate action. We can also have planting. We can also plant a tree for climate action. And for SDG 7, when coming for SDG 7, affordable, clean, and renewable source of energy, we have lots and lots of renewable source we can use in our future for us and our future also. So thank you everyone for joining, and I'll take giving this session to Bishop Sam for the final conclusion of both SDG 7 and SDG 13 debate. So thank you all the participants from all the colleges, all the NCL clubs. Thank you, President IGEN sir, and all the board of directors for giving me this such a nice opportunity to be a part of what in GENDISTRANSCON version 2.0. Thank you everyone. Nandri vanakkam.
Thank you, Madan sir. I think rather than saying that we had a debate session, it was a discussion session wherein we can focus about what is the impact of EV vehicle and battery energy saving thing based on the impact of SDGs. Though we were focusing on SDG 7 and 13, but I think when we come to the implementation of EV vehicles, there are points wherein there needs to be more innovation so that it can be an adaptable technology. So that's the reason we'll be also meeting. If we are focusing on EVs, then we'll be focusing on SDG 9 also. And if we are working on the infrastructure for the development of EV vehicles, then we will be driving ourselves towards the sustainable cities. That is nothing but the SDG 11. So as of now, because when we are talking about implementation of these technologies, there is a water consumption when we are implementing the technology of EVs. So that's the reason we need to focus on responsible consumption and production, which is SDG 12. So I think as the points that were focused by our fellow colleagues, saying that we need to focus on the reliability, cost. Okay, then what is the green energy? And there should be also focus whenever we are going for this newer technologies like EV, we need to focus on the carbon footprint also. And what is the safety with respect to the implementation of any technology? As aptly said by sir, that energy can be converted, but it cannot be destroyed. So when we are converting one form to other form, we need to make a way for a clean and affordable energy. At the same time, should be also taking the care of our Mother Earth. So thereby only we can restore our climate. So thereby we can have a peace and also a greener environment. So I think I thank each and everyone who have contributed their Sunday time with us, because it's not about charging the batteries, but to charge oneself even on Sunday is difficult, because it's a Sunday is an off time, especially for academicians. So I thank each and every academician who was part of this event. Thank you so much for giving your time. Thank you, Mother, for coordinating everyone. I thank IGEN and its team, especially Senthil sir, for giving this opportunity to organize this event. Thank you, sir. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, sir.
Let all the
Thank
members
you,
can
ma'am.
come in.
Thank you, ma'am.
Switch on the video, please. Let all the members. I want to see the faces of all the.
Thank you, sir.
Organizer Sendil sir, please make.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sorry. Very good. Good evening, sir. Good evening to everyone. Please don't left off the meeting. The validity function is there. Just for 10 minutes only. Within 10 minutes, we have to close that event. Okay. Please, everyone, please stay.
I'm ready, sir. I'm ready, sir. I'm ready.
Okay. And then the past 3 days, everyone is staying with us, IGEN, and we have to conclude that final remarks on that event. So, what about your feedback? Just you have to share your things.
About me, sir?
Or about this event, the 3 days event. First day, 26th, we are celebrating inaugural with our Himanshu Patel sir, and yesterday we have 3 eminent speakers, and today also we have 4 eminent speakers are also there. So anyone have to give brief, 1 minute or 2 minutes.
You want brief?
I
or
think
you want
Suresh sir is he is also fully.
I don't know. Okay, you want me to brief, or you want me to, because I have missed some of the events. I couldn't able to.
Okay, that thing you have to brief, sir. Other thing we have to ask from that event managers has to brief about that event. 1 minute,
Yes,
and then I will call upon that Ramesh sir to conclude that event.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Again, it's a privilege, and you know that I'm very happy to be one of the family member of IGEN. Once again, it takes. Out of from my heart, I want to say that it's really a noble event. I can say, like, I am not exaggerating anything. People from different forums, like people from academic, research, industrialist, people from international, and people from national, collaborating all together in a forum is a very big thing, actually. You know, so being an academician, I have organized so many conferences. In my experience, I'm just telling, sir, being in the government side, I know, Sendil sir, no, it's a very great challenge for you to coordinate these kind of things. First of all, I put my hats off to you to organize this kind of program, bringing all together to share a few things that about the current technology, which is EV, one of the like next technology as far as electrical engineering is concerned. Not only electrical engineering, towards its sustainable goals and everything. I was very happy with the inauguration itself, because as you said, Himanshu from Denmark, he just he was very happy to be with us for that in that inauguration. I can able to see a lot of happiness in his face, and he was also agreed to know which we are looking for. Actually, everybody is looking for financial assistance. He said that if you get a good product, if you get a good knowledge, good idea, I'm ready to support that to any level. That was a first green sign I was able to get it from this good forum, and continuously it was keep on pouring a lot of thoughts. Even Uma Shankar sir, I was just trying to listen to his speech also. Uma Shankar sir, and even today morning, and the panel discussion was held just before this event. On the whole, this event has enlightened the young minds, researchers, academicians, and everybody. Definitely, version 2, GENDISTRANSCON version 2 has taken a paradigm shift when compared to GENDISTRANSCON version 1, actually. I feel very happy to be a part of the IGEN family. I thank Professor Dr. L. Ramesh, sir, for taking a very good initiative, sir. Actually, during 2 years back when we were discussing about this, at the time itself, I was just promising you that this IGEN is going to take a very big role, and we are going to have the keen page, and that is one page is waiting for us. International page is waiting for us to know. They will write the history about our own contributions, and that will happen soon, all because of entire team. So the team effort, which I can able to see, even in a small forum, there will be a debate and there will be a lot of politics, but these kind of people from different scenarios and different areas combined together for a noble cause of UN Sustainable Development Goals. Really, I'm very happy to be the part of this. I don't want to take much more time. Anyway, thank you one and all for giving me a good opportunity. Very pakka organized forum, except the time that will always happen. Anyway, thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, organizer Sendil sir.
Yes, sir.
Hats
Thank
off to you once again, and thank you for Ramesh sir, and thank you all the organizers, Madan sir, Ishrat ma'am, and everybody, those who have taken part to be a part of this IGEN. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. And then event in charge, Mr. Sivaraman, if you please give me a 1 minute or 2 minutes brief about your pitch experience, 1 or 2 minutes.
Yeah, I'm happy to give my feedback to all the peoples. First of all, this is my first IGEN event, so I'm participating in the first event. So I got the opportunity to be a coordinator of pitch presentations. So I'm very happy. So in this pitch presentation, almost 8 people were presented their ideas and concepts. Overall, I'm extremely happy about that. One thing we have missed is that is quiz program. So we have planned for a quiz program after the discussion session, but unfortunately, I think it was not happened. So that is the only thing which we have left from the planned meeting. So I'm from attending the IGEN meeting regularly from first week of November, I think. Last week of October or first week of November only, our working for this conference got started. After that, Sendil sir made enormous effort to make this conferences become success. I thank Sendil sir and Ramesh sir and other coordinators like Geeta ma'am and Gomadi ma'am. And their contribution towards this event gets success. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. And then I will call upon Dr. A. Pandian, sir, for giving me a brief about your event's presentation of that patent. Pandian, sir. Dr. A. Pandian, sir. Pandian, sir, is there? I think. Pandian, sir?
Is this
yes, yes, madam. I think is okay. And then I will call upon next that the event person, research event coordinator, CL Ramesh, sorry, CL Magesh Kumar. Magesh Kumar? Also joined in. Okay. Okay, thank you. And both events, the pitch patent and the research events, patent event is also very nice. Taken by Pandian sir, and presenting that present lot of 2-wheelers and 3-wheelers also they have present that thing is very useful information. Right now we are also mostly talking about the vehicle on 4-wheelers only, but our lot of innovation projects are done by our in person staffs and the budding engineers and that our college professors also getting all those things. I welcome that persons also and congratulate them. And then the research scholar meet moderated by Dr. L. Ramesh sir, coordinated with that research persons. Event is a grand success on that event yesterday. It's a grand event, and on that event, most anchors are also present. Two sessions. He also very good. He also appreciate that event because they are also presenting that knowledge, sharing the knowledge is very good, and presenting the paper and details. Everything is good, and thanks to everyone. And then now I handed over the session to Dr. L. Ramesh sir for conclude that event.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sandil. It was very happy ending with a rainy in Chennai, and a happy note that actually Suresh nicely summarized all. Very nicely summarized how this GENDISTRANSCON started with a 3 hours program. Maybe in the last year, only 3 hours program which initiated and clubbed all the under that 3 hours. which come to the conclusion of the 2.5 days event with the starting of the inauguration. So that itself be a good move. And second part, the right theme which is choose EV, and how the various part of EV is discussed here. So we can categorize the EV research into 10 to 20 parts. Out of that, in the 20 parts, there is a design analysis and converter analysis, like that we can able to consolidate. So all the areas the research essence is given, starting from the introduction to power system. So starting from the basics to the advanced research, all components are there in the EV. Maybe this video which is available will be a very helpful tool for the young budding researchers, and a lot of new research ideas also presented by Eric and other Padmana Sanjeev and Uma Shankar, and all lot of new ideas came. They summarized with the ideas. So this all will be the helpful for the moving of the EV. So because you all know that last couple of months, maybe 6 months, we are getting lot of messages regarding EV training, EV internship. I heard one training program stating that there is a course called EV inspector. Like energy auditor, there is one course is coming for EV inspector. So it is a good move, good signing. And on this occasion, I would like to thank all the participants who watching the program, and all the participants who participated from the last 2-3 days. Not only the participants coming to our organizer, it is a very good team we had today. Starting with we had Geeta ma'am as the organizing secretary, and another organizing secretary Gomati ma'am. It initiated with the designing of the website. A person from I don't remember the name. Gomati ma'am coordinated that, the website design coordinator. Madam is yes, Vishwa. Congratulations, Vishwa, because the website was very nice. It started with that website, and it designs and analysis, and how it is taken care with that part. The Gomati ma'am is taken care of all the analysis. Then coming to that, the event, three events are there. Magesh is taking care of the research meet, and happy that we received around 50-60 nomination for that. And out of that, we shortlisted 12 members to present in the research meet. And we are going to release CV research profile book within another 1 or 2 months. So 2021 book will be released in 2022. Like that, every year there will be a book also going to be released by IGEN. So that is the outcome regarding that event. And second part is the patent and the pitch presentation. It was very nicely done by our coordinators, Sivaraman sir, Natarajan sir, and another one coordinator, Sendil sir? Pandian sir, right. So because the reason is, according to my knowledge, this is I heard for the patent presentation, we started the first initiative. Normally, if any college or anywhere, we will have the presentation of the, normally pitch presentation is there, paper presentation like that will be there. Particularly, we will ask the patent published people to present here. So that actually given a good thing. And the why we asked that patent to present, because we had now knowledge of what is actually already patented related to EV, related to energy storage, like that. What we are going to do, and the pitch presentation also. So a lot of people given the pitch presentation. So the patent and the research meet we are going to combine, and already created a EV research forum, and connecting all these researchers under that forum, and planning to take it to the next level. Because as you rightly pointed out, our chief guest given green signal for to give the fund if the innovation of EV is super. So we will make this team to come out with a new innovation within another 6 months, and that team will present to our chief guest Himanshu Patel, and we can try to get a funding from that. So that is another outcome which we have. And so the next part is the conclave. So we had a wonderful conclave. I had go through all the things in the YouTube. Our Bala done a wonderful performance with all the members connecting together, and done a lot of most of the people in the industry. They have a maybe Subhadra having the industry in the Sengalpattu, they are manufacturing the EV. So like that, people it is chosen and given a beautiful summary of the conclave. Coming to the conclusion, with our always NCI Club will play a major role. So normally we would like to have a conclave, and last year we conducted conclave, 16 hours conclave. So that conclave is also going to come very soon. So in the meantime, what we thought, actually it is not scheduled some 5 days back only. It is scheduled, initially it is scheduled like a debate with 4 members. Ishrat ma'am is planning to do like that only, it is scheduled. Then we thought, because NCI Club is not involved in that, so that it is also related to SDG 13, SDG 7 already energy conservation. So immediately we converted into the NCI Club event. And thank you all the NCI Club coordinators who participated and given the beautiful essence, where SDG 7 is discussion is taken care by Ishrat ma'am, and SDG 13 during the travel, Madan, I don't know where Madan is going to receive another award, I think, because every day, every week there is a award photo from Madan. Madan, whether you are going for receiving the award?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Madan.
Yes, sir. Actually, that's an Rotary Club meeting, sir. Thank
Super.
You, sir.
Okay. And Ishrat ma'am, thank you, and thank you all the speakers. And we had a good participants in the YouTube also, and it was nicely done, because all the speakers, I had a view on that. All the speakers prepared well. That is what the thing. They are not just like they came and talked. They prepared well on SDG 7 and 13. And I would like to make, ma'am, this Madan and Ishrat ma'am, you can take this team. Maybe you can take some more team from the NCI Club and start working on some case study related on paper. Maybe before next year, GENDISTRANSCON, there must be one paper to be published in Web of Science, which will be author will be in all NCI Club. All NCI Club, one author, each college one author, you can take it and work on that, and do some analysis inside the club, consolidate that and make it like a publication, and it will be published. So that only Sendil sir will proudly present the next GENDISTRANSCON, that is version 3. All outcome will be version, all outcome must be there. That is what I am telling. So through this we are forming the research group, EV research forum, and through that we are going to get a fund, and we are going to release a EV profile book, second part, and third part we are the whole NCI Club team connecting together and working for a EV related another one paper. So that only it is always good for us. Yes, thank you so much. And another good announcement which we are planning to do. So what we missed to do in the last GENDISTRANSCON, because we had another good team in the last GENDISTRANSCON. After that, all team, because of there is no continuous connectivity, we missed all the team. So we don't want to miss this team. So today we are announcing another event, EV Research Innovation Challenge, headed by again our Sendil sir, and with the same team. EV Research Innovation Challenge, it will be like purely related to innovation. People will come and present their innovation. The top winners will be funded with Triton and all the companies like that. So it is a big plan which Sendil sir is already decided and asked me to announce it in the event, so that all our coordinators, Pandian sir or Gomati ma'am, Geeta ma'am, get ready from today. Sir will start the discussion from tomorrow. So we don't want to miss the team, because once this will be over within another 3-4 months, we can start GENDISTRANSCON next. So that what will happen, every year there will be 2 events. So these 2 events are automatically coordinated by the Sendil sir, and every 6 months 1 event will be there. So this team will be get strong. That is what is our conclusion. And finally, I would like to thank our director. So no need of thanking for director, even though I thank why it is he normally people will used to tell Surya's as Singam, and now the Annamalaya's Karnataka Singam, and I will ask make Sendil as the IGEN Singam. Because as a single person, even I participated in very few meeting only. As a single person, taken a team in a very good way. Thank you, Sendil sir, and your total organizing capacity and all the things. That is what purposely I not involved. See, I purposely not involved because I want Sendil sir to take taken care all, so that it will be very less burden for me. I don't want to get tension on that. So that tension is not there when compared with the last GENDISTRANSCON, because today I am not in the house and I am having some other work. So that is the thing. Thank you so much, and thank you all the participants. And another big thanking note to our social media team and the Zoom coordination, Prasanna, who is background. He is doing very fantastic activities, and Niveda, who is maintaining our YouTube and texting all the information, chatting all the information, regularly posting all the contents. They are doing their best. I hope, Sendil sir, we missed anyone?
Janistri for
Janashri, you are there, ma? You are here?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Janashri, I will applaud you, because the reason is that I will compare this comparing and the first comparing. Maybe you can also watch that video and this video. There is an enormous improvement in your comparing and the way of approach, how you concluded each session. So I'm very happy. Yesterday itself, I told to my wife, I'm very happy that because how Janashri came to IGEN 1.5 years back, and how she is performing well. So that is what actually we want to grow the people. So really, she is the example now. Good Janashri, and Janashri is doing a lot of another good contribution of work for our IGEN YGEN Army, Young Green Innovators Army. Thank you, and we all again meeting on our 2 event is coming. One is December 5th, IGEN International Volunteers Day Volunteer Recognition Award. We are calling nomination for Volunteer Recognition Award, not for IGEN Volunteer, because IGEN Volunteer we already given on Green Day. So we are going to announce it for the world. A very happy note that the institution for Nobel Peace for Environmental Organization in Canada partnering with us. Partnering means it is a joint organized award in dedication to United Nations International Volunteers Day. The nomination of award will be open on December 5th, and award will be given in the month of March 2022. And the next event is the Energy Conservation Day. In the Energy Conservation Day, we are going to give the award, IGEN SDG Action Award, for the Energy 99 Challenge winners. So till now, 100 and again, I would like to applaud Gomati ma'am, super ma'am, Gomati ma'am. Gomati ma'am, you are here?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Your team is performing very super, and all the clubs, NSA clubs. Yes, ma'am. I would like to quote the Kakoli. She is doing very fantastic thing, and there is a Tejas. Tejas is connecting all the NSA club, and applaud to the 3-4 NSA club which pioneer in completing the Energy 99 challenge. KIT, Culinary Institute of Technology, headed by Suresh sir. Suresh sir, welcome. Happy note, sir, because the KIT only initiated first with a very boost up one. Then after that, all other colleges started initiative. Stella Maris College with good number of award winners, and Madan. Then which all the colleges, Madan? CSA, I hope. CSA also.
Yes,
I am talking about the more winners.
Even
Ramakrishna also. I am very happy that our Green Line Mantra reached the central minister also. So not only that, all colleges are started, but very few, 4, 5, 6 like that. So I given a note to all the college coordinators, those who are here, because December 2nd week we are going to give the award for all the award winners. So keep it, make it fast, your Energy 99 challenge activities, and complete it fast before that, because after that Gomati ma'am and team is working for version 2. Version 2 we are going to release in month of January. That will be the version 2. Suresh sir, I think I already requested your team, after we will give the award in the online, you can make it like a big function in your campus and ask your chairman to distribute the award, because it is a big contribution your students made. Each students made 3,600 units saved per year, like that. So we are going to give the carbon credential certificate for all the students. One award certificate we are going to give, and carbon credential certificate.
It is not happened only because of me, sir. It is because of Professor Tamarasan, Professor and Bharat. They are doing well, really.
Yes.
Actually, I take the opportunity to congratulate them also in the same great event, because it is getting registered and recorded. They are doing well, sir. We'll support you in the forthcoming events also.
Okay,
Sure.
thank you. And I request all the colleges also, you can do well and get more participants, more than 25, because more than 25 only we will give the award for the college. So which college will have more than 25 participants, award winners, we are planning to give the college award to the college. So from IGEN, members will come and present it to your chairman. So that is actually the plan. So hurry up and do the complete all the activities. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Thank you,
sir.
sir.
Thank you
Thanks
for the
to
opportunity.
everyone.
Thank you all.
Thank you, all.
Thank you, sir. Thanks to everyone.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Sir,
Sir,
Natarajan, sir, you wanted to address? Natarajan, sir, this first meeting, I think you want to share anything?
No, sir. No, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, sir. Thanks to everyone for giving.
Closing that, shall we take one selfie, sir, with all our members?
The streaming on YouTube can be stopped, sir.
1 minute. First I want.